Chapter 699. The Immortal Sect took the initiative to go to the mortal world to find disciples with suitable qualifications, rather than waiting for disciples with a heart to come to them. This was definitely a proposal that surprised all the sects. This was equivalent to lowering the face of the Immortal Sect to the lowest level. In the eyes of outsiders, it even had a taste of humility. However, from another perspective, it was completely different. Actively looking for disciples meant that there were more choices than other sects, and they could find more disciples. Now who didn't know that if they wanted to improve the strength of the sect, they must have enough support from the younger generation of disciples. Otherwise, once the master ascended, there would be no successor, and the sect would definitely decline. Countless families had verified this point. The Xiong family that refined the heaven-seizing pill and Luo Yuan's family all proved this truth from the reverse side. Whether it was the Taishanmen, the Five Elements sect, or the Blue Cloud sect, the Green Jade Immortal Island, every big sect, without exception, showed that the successful sect always had a continuous emergence of masters, and there was almost never a time when the young were out of work. In other words, the more these junior disciples, the more outstanding they were, the better the sustainable development of the sect would be. The truth was easy to understand, but the face was not so easy to put down. This was also one of the reasons why the palace master was hesitant. Yang Chen saw that the palace master was still hesitating, and smiled and said another reason for a long time: those who can't become outer sect disciples will become slaves. But after all, they are also people who have cultivated, and they must be unwilling to be slaves. But if you let them return to the secular world to find disciples, maybe these people will be happy. Needless to say, those who became slaves would definitely be happy. Although their cultivation base was not high, but if they returned to the mortal world, they would definitely be regarded as a master. Naturally, they could become a superior person. Compared to being a servant, it was not known how many times more comfortable it was. Who would not be willing? These disciples can be given a secular wealth, so that they can live a good life in the mortal world. Yang Chen continued, they are even allowed to choose a basic cultivation method to pass on to their descendants, but the premise is that they must find suitable disciples for the sect. At the same time, if their descendants want to continue their cultivation, they must enter the Chunyang Palace. In this way, Chunyang Palace doesn't even have to worry about finding disciples at all. At that time, the palace lord will definitely worry about another problem. What trouble? The head of the palace was thinking along with Yang Chen's thoughts and asked without hesitation. The problem is that there are too many outstanding disciples. It's not easy to arrange them. Yang Chen replied with a smile, perhaps the palace master will stipulate that those with mediocre spiritual roots or below will not be accepted. In Yang Chen's memories from his previous life, this was the common method adopted by the Taoist sects later on. The Taishanmen were so powerful that they forced the other sect members to give up their pride and start looking for suitable disciples. When the competition was intense, they would even interfere in the affairs of the human world in order to seize territory. However, this would only start after almost 1,000 years. It seemed a bit early for Yang Chen to mention it now. However, if there was really an advantage of 1,000 years, Chunyang Palace could definitely grow into a behemoth like the Taishanmen. Putting aside the problems of face and tradition, when the head of the palace began to seriously consider the feasibility of this matter, he suddenly discovered that if Yang Chen really did what he said, Chunyang Palace could grow to what extent, even the head of the palace couldn't imagine. The head of the palace couldn't help but get excited, and his breathing began to become heavy. The pressure of recruiting human race cultivators was much less than that of recruiting the monster race. If the Taishanmen wanted to recruit the monster race, at least in the early stage, they would have to cut through thorns and thorns. However, if the Chunyang Palace recruited human beings, there was no such problem at all. At most, they would be ridiculed by other sect. Moreover, if the whole thing was done well, they could even get those disciples into their pocket without anyone knowing. At most, on the day of the opening of the mountain gate, they would go through the motions and re-recruit the disciples into the sect. It was too simple. He believed that the vast majority of those slaves were willing to choose to become the people of the mortal world under the constraints of the oath, rather than the slaves of the Tao sects. What's more, the sect did not cut off their hearts to seek the Tao. Although they could not achieve the Tao because of their qualifications, the future generations had more opportunities. To maintain the wealth of the world, the descendants had the opportunity to achieve the Tao. The only thing they had to pay was loyalty. Where could they find such a good thing? Moreover, the more beautiful they were, the stronger the Chunyang Palace would be in the future, and their families would become more and more prosperous. Only fools would not be willing. The more the head of the palace thought about it, the more excited he became, and it seemed that he could already see the situation of excellent disciples flying all over the sky in the future. Perhaps if this was really done, when the time came, the disciples of other sect who went to visit the mountain might be the leftover goods of the Chunyang Palace. Just imagining it could make people excited. It's a big deal, I have to discuss it with the elders. Despite the excitement, the head of the palace did not immediately agree, but to discuss it with the elders. In the face of Yang Chen, the head of the palace suddenly sighed with emotion. Yang Chen, whether this thing is successful or not, you are the most outstanding disciple of my sect. I intend to propose to the elders that you be the young palace master. What do you think? The young palace master, that was the next heir to the head of the palace. The head of the palace said this. He really did not know how to express his appreciation for Yang Chen's disciple. It's better not to be so ostentatious, at least the disciple can be safer. Yang Chen smiled and refused, using a reason that was not a reason. Believe me, the elders will definitely agree. The head of the palace did not give Yang Chen the opportunity to refuse. As for the publicity, the elders can set it first and not announce it to the public. Obviously, the head of the palace had made up his mind. In this regard, Yang Chen was also non-committal. With or without the identity of the young palace master, Yang Chen would still do what he had to do. However, with this identity, a lot of things in the sect could be more relaxed. If the head of the palace could make up his mind, it would be the best. However, there was one thing that Yang Chen felt that he should still discuss with the head of the palace and ask his opinion. Palace master, if there is a benefit, but it needs to pay a heavy price to get it, should this disciple let the sect fight for it, or let the news go out and let the Taishanmen take the lead, and then let the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island pay their own price to get those benefits in exchange for more support and cooperation for my sect? Yang Chen asked about the disposal of the secret plane news brought by the consciousness of the Taishanmen. Chapter 700. Will the sect stay, or will they release the news? The same question was raised again at the elders' meeting. Yang Chen faced the head of the palace and the elders. This question made everyone silent. It was another secret land. This news was a little too shocking for the elders. Yang Chen has discovered more than one secret plane, which everyone knows. But now openly using a secret plane as an investment to win over partners, isn't it a bit too much? Can't we collect it ourselves? Finally, after a long silence, Elder Zheng Feng, who was in charge of the Chunyang Palace warehouse, asked. This question may be the voice of everyone, but no one has the nerve to say it. As soon as Zheng Feng asked, Yang Chen saw the expectant eyes of almost all the elders. The price to be collected is very high. Yang Chen shook his head and said helplessly. If he didn't know that the Taishanmen in his previous life had paid a big price for this, Yang Chen himself would be tempted. How much is the price? Gang Hong was anxious and asked directly. Of course, this was also a question that everyone else was interested in. The price of 3 to 4 masters of the Dacheng stage. Yang Chen carefully recalled the experience of his previous life and finally gave his own judgment. In his previous life, after the Taishanmen collected the secret plane, there were at least 3 masters of the Dacheng stage who directly announced their retreat. Until Yang Chen ascended, they did not appear again. Presumably, even if they did not die, they paid a great price. When Yang Chen's answer came out, there was a sudden sound of a big cold breath. 3 or 4 masters of the Dacheng stage, this was by no means what the Chunyang Palace could pay. Even if everyone here could be ruthless, the Chunyang Palace did not have so many masters to sacrifice them. The crowd was silent again, and no one said anything more. However, everyone had the same thought, they were really unwilling. They needed to pay the price of 3 or 4 masters of the Dacheng stage to get the resources of the secret plane. The value of the things inside could be imagined. The problem was that now the Chunyang Palace could not pay this price, and could only watch the resources of the secret plane fall. Can you delay it for a while, wait until the sect is strong, and then take it out? The newly appointed elder Xiaoming was originally the hall master of the fierce young hall where Yang Chen was, and he was still the same. He just mentioned it, and it seemed that he was not sure. No. Yang Chen shook his head and sighed, I can only have 50 years at most. When the time is over, others will start. From Yang Chen's detonation of the greatest heaven sect's welcoming array to the present, it has been almost 20 years. The greatest heaven sect's centennial welcoming envoys could only have 80 years at most. However, considering the time needed to break through the secret plane, it would take another 30 years, so, at most, it would be 50 years. After that, it would be known by the Taishanmen. Once the Taishanmen knew the secret plane, if the Chunyang Palace wanted to do it again, they would be a mortal enemy. The Taishanmen would definitely blame the destruction of the sect directly on the Chunyang Palace. Although it was not unjust, Yang Chen was not willing to have a direct dispute with the Taishanmen when the Chunyang Palace was still weak. 100 years was not enough to level the distance between the Chunyang Palace and the Taishanmen. If the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island know the news, will they think that we are causing trouble? Elder Xu Chengxin was more cautious and participated in foreign affairs more, so he was more thoughtful. As long as the return is rich enough. Yang Chen replied very respectfully. In fact, in front of the elders, Yang Chen has always maintained a respectful attitude. Moreover, whether it is the Lord of Tantai or Sect Master Lu, they can't completely control the two sects. Maybe they also need an opportunity to let some disobedient guys have something to do. Yang Chen's words suddenly made several elders look at Yang Chen's eyes, and there was a kind of inexplicable meaning. Now Yang Chen was only a small Jedan stage disciple, but he could think so far ahead, and he could also make full use of some external opportunities to strengthen the strength of his allies. His future was indeed limitless. Fortunately, such a disciple was a member of the sect, and he had always been loyal to the sect. Otherwise, if he was really pushed to another sect by Chu Heng in the beginning, he didn't know how much regret these people present would have. Finally, after a long time, Zhu Chendao nodded and said, if you really can't get it in your hands, then let it go. It is better to take advantage of your allies than others. If you don't have such a big appetite, don't think about eating so much delicious food. After saying these words, Zhu Chendao even seemed to feel that he suddenly understood a lot of things, or he had experienced a test of temptation, and his mind was more solid. Suddenly, regardless of the elders' meeting, he stood up and saluted the crowd, and directly said, I have some enlightenment, I will go into retreat. After Zhu Chendao finished, he turned around and walked away without looking back. The head of the palace was overjoyed and suddenly shouted, Elder Zhu, wait a moment. Zhu Chendao, who was walking, stopped and turned around. He saw a white light flying towards him. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the white light that flew in front of him, but it was an unusually dense medicinal pill wrapped in a talisman. It was the second-grade questioning inner heart pill. He had some enlightenment in his heart, and when he was in retreat, he would take the second-grade questioning inner heart pill. The effect must be very good. Everyone saw this scene, and their hearts were full of envy. Although the second-grade questioning inner heart pill was not a precious thing at the level of the elders of the Pure Yang Palace, this was well known to everyone. However, this kind of opportunity to comprehend was rare. Everyone envied Zhu Chendao for having this opportunity. Since Elder Zhu Chendao had already expressed his position, everyone nodded after thinking about it. No one could say that this way of handling it was the best. Instead of wasting it in their hands, it was better to exchange it for the strength of their allies. At first, everyone couldn't let go of it. It was estimated that this kind of benefit was worth it after paying a huge price. But Zhu Chendao said that if you don't have such a big appetite, don't think about eating so much delicious food. Chunyang Palace did not have that strength, so it was better not to casually make this idea. In this case, let's do it according to this idea. In the end, it was the head of the palace who made the decision. However, everyone had made a choice, and this decision was very easy to make. The elders present were all open-minded people, and no one even asked Yang Chen about the news of this secret plane. It seemed that they were very relieved to hand it over to Yang Chen. Yang Chen, you come with me. After the elders dispersed, the head of the palace stayed in the same place for a while. After thinking for a moment, he said to young Chen. There were some things that had to be figured out in any case, so as not to be flustered after an accident in the future. Chapter 701. Following the head of the palace, young Chen came to the house selected by the head of the palace in the Immortal's Cave. For convenience, the head of the palace had his own room in the palace group in several areas. Where they were now was where the Jedan stage was located. After a few restrictions, the head of the palace let young Chen sit down and asked very seriously the news of the secret plane. Where did it come from? Is it the Taishanmen? These things, young Chen could not be concealed. When the head of the palace asked, young Chen nodded and admitted it. Seeing that young Chen admitted it, the head of the palace immediately frowned. If it was the news from the Taishanmen, then the Taishanmen must know that young Chen would pass the news to the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island, which could easily make people suspect young Chen. Isn't it too risky to do this? The head of the palace had some doubts about the feasibility of young Chen's idea once you let the Taishanmen know. The consequences were that the head of the palace did not say it, but young Chen also understood it. If the Taishanmen want to know, it will be 80 years later. The head of the palace was also concerned about young Chen. Young Chen, of course, knew what was good and bad, and hurriedly explained this news was passed down from above. A clone of the lower realm? Of course, the head of the palace had heard of this magical technique, but the Chunyang palace had never had this kind of skill. When he heard young Chen say that it was passed down from above, he suddenly understood. At the same time, the head of the palace was also deeply shocked. What kind of technique could make the formation of the Taishanmen explode, and he got the news from the lower realm? But the shock was the shock. The head of the palace did not ask young Chen. Everyone had their own secrets, and young Chen was no exception. The head of the palace directly attributed all of this to young Chen's extensive reading, the most powerful reason that could explain everything. Wouldn't it be harder to explain at that time? The mind of the head of the palace quickly returned to the business. It was fine to use tricks in the dark, but there had to be a perfect disguise. Otherwise, it would be suicidal. This kind of secret place is originally left for the fated person. Young Chen smiled and then explained, the secret plane originally has a way of inheritance in the mortal world. What is passed down from above is only the location and the way to open the secret plane, as well as some sufficient warnings. Find a suitable opportunity to let the Taishanmen know of the existence of the secret plane. Everyone will fight fiercely, and we will just watch the show. Seeing that young Chen was confident, the head of the palace also breathed a sigh of relief and said, it is best not to show any traces. If you really can't, don't take risks. Yes, palace master. Young Chen would certainly agree. In this kind of thing, young Chen was by no means a person who did not know what was good or bad. After agreeing to the head of the palace, young Chen suddenly remembered something and said, Palace master, there are some things that I have to report to the palace master. Oh, what's the matter? Being able to let young Chen put it so solemnly, the head of the palace suddenly cared. In front of him, the sailing magic weapon of the Taishanmen appeared in front of the head of the palace. The water-splitting wings also appeared, plus the flying sword of the strong man, and some things in the Chenkuan bag. Nothing was missing. This is. The head of the palace looked at these things in front of him and suddenly felt dizzy. The style of the sailing ship and the water-splitting wings, the head of the palace had heard of it, but he had never seen it. But it suddenly appeared in front of him. The calm head of the palace could not help but be shocked. Is this the two things of the Taishanmen? After the head of the palace saw the sailing ship and the water-splitting wings, he turned his head directly to young Chen and asked. His face was inconceivable. Young Chen did not answer, but the look on his face had fully explained that the judgment of the head of the palace was not wrong. How did you get it? The voice of the head of the palace had already trembled. Although several possibilities had flashed in his heart, no matter which possibility it was, he was not willing to see it. The 6 Yuanying stage ancestors of the Taishanmen blocked the disciples on the sea. Young Chen did not hide anything and directly said the process in the most concise way. As for the result, young Chen did not need to say anything more. The sailing ship and the water-splitting wings, as well as a pile of things here, The fate of the 6 Yuanying stage ancestors could be imagined. What do they want to do? The head of the palace was already angry and began to gnash his teeth. He asked this, but he knew better than anyone what the Taishanmen wanted to do. The development of Yang Chen had already made the Taishanmen feel threatened, and even planned to secretly remove the excellent disciple of their own sect. Without Yang Chen's medicinal pills, Chunyang Palace would be directly beaten back to its original state. Even if there was some improvement compared to the past, it was not enough to become a qualitative change, and still could not pose a threat to the Taishanmen. The head of the palace knew better than anyone the importance of Yang Chen to the sect, and even the people in the sect who understood that Yang Chen could stand side by side with Wang Yonggaoyu. Many of Yang Chen's secrets, such as what Yang Chen reported now, even the other elders might not know. Why did the Taishanmen become the current situation, and Yang Chen could not get away from it? From the facts, the resentment, the other party was not looking for the wrong person, but the head of the palace still could not feel anger for the big sects like the Taishanmen who actually did such a despicable thing. Good kill. The head of the palace couldn't help but praise in anger this matter. If you need the sect to come forward, the sect will immediately send a note to the Taishanmen. Even if it is the Taishanmen, they can't plot against the disciples of my sect like this. The sect will come forward. Yang Chen directly shook his head like a rattle, refused and smiled. Why do we have to come forward? Now the most depressed is not the disciple, it should be the many people in the Taishanmen. Yang Chen was just plotted against, but he was not injured, but the other party lost 6 Yuanying stage ancestors. Presumably at this moment they did not know how to be distressed. As Yang Chen said, the most depressed at the moment was not Yang Chen. If you want to go out in the future, be careful, safety is the first. The head of the palace knew that Yang Chen would not be bored in the sect, but he also knew that he could not persuade Yang Chen, but he solemnly reminded when necessary, escape in embarrassment, save your life. As long as you are alive, there is no shame. Yes, palace master, Yang Chen promised, and then smiled. The disciple never felt that there was anything shameful about escaping. The dead have no face to lose. It's good that you understand. The head of the palace knew the temperament of Yang Chen, and no longer said this. He just looked at the pile of things in front of him and asked again, these things, how are you going to deal with them? The water-dividing wings disciple will keep it first, maybe it will be useful. Yang Chen had long had a plan in mind, and quickly replied, this sailboat is also a rare flying magic weapon, it is better to let the ancestor change its appearance, and let the senior sister use it. Chapter 702. Giving things to Gong Sunling. This was the way Yang Chen had long thought of. His master Gao Yu already had a flying puppet refined from the corpse of the second city master, but there was no good flying magic weapon on Gong Sunling's side. Because of the relationship of the mountain river geographical map, Gong Sunling would go to many places in the future, and she also needed such a means of transportation. At least this sailboat could be compared with the current shuttle in terms of speed, which was a rare good thing. Of course, now this appearance could not be directly handed over to Gong Sunling, it must need a master to refine it again, not only to change the appearance, but also to add some defensive measures. Although the mountain river geographical map could add geographical graphics during the quenching, it could not be used to defend against the enemy, and it was necessary to let Gong Sunling have some self-protection. The Yuanying stage praying mantis puppet, Gong Sunling already had one, but after Yang Chen experienced this time being besieged by several Yuanying stage masters, he was also careful. He was not afraid of more protective things, even if it was all over his body, Yang Chen would not dislike it. The matter of Yang Chen serving as the young palace master, the palace master did not mention it to the elders this time. Perhaps it was because everyone was shocked by the secret plane, or perhaps it was inconvenient to consider the presence of Yang Chen. Yang Chen did not care about the identity of the young palace master, but the palace master could support himself like this. Yang Chen was also very grateful. For a long time, his master Gao Yu would be immersed in the refining of the life source flying sword. The dragon horn flying sword could not be refined without decades or hundreds of years. Therefore, for Gong Sunling to transform the sailboat, Yang Chen naturally found his master ancestor Wang Yong. Of course, Wang Yong was also a knowledgeable person, even without relying on the name of the sailboat, just from the refining technique. he could see that it was the work of a master of Taishanmen. After a simple question about what had happened, Wang Yong, who was also seething with anger, naturally agreed to Yang Chen's request. Although he could not directly vent his anger on the Taishanmen, he was very willing to participate in making the Taishanmen suffer a double loss. Gong Sunling did not understand, but the matter of Yang Chen asking Wang Yong to refine a flying magical weapon for her made Gong Sunling very moved. There had already been spiritual sense dual cultivation between the two, so although Gong Sunling was shy, she still pulled Yang Chen with a red face and pulled Yang Chen to her abode in the Immortal's cave. What made Yang Chen very surprised was that Gong Sunling did not know where to get a bunch of cooking utensils, and then let Yang Chen wait, but she was as happy as a little swallow, cooking a few dishes for Yang Chen in her own kitchen. This scene made Yang Chen really surprised. He did not know that when he accidentally mentioned that he liked wine and food, Gong Sunling kept it in mind, and even secretly went to the mortal city to learn a lot of techniques and practiced many times. This time, Gong Sunling used all her skills. For the first time, she cooked for her beloved junior brother. Gong Sunling even almost retreated. When she first met Yang Chen and gave her the geographical map of the mountains and rivers, Gong Sunling did not dare to show this intention in front of Gaou. This time, Yang Chen came to her alone, which gave her the opportunity and courage. With Gong Sunling's perception, when she concentrated on learning cooking, she soon surpassed the most advanced chefs of the mortals. In addition, she used spiritual power and some ingredients that mortals would not see at all. Even the royal chefs of several countries would feel ashamed in front of her. Several exquisite dishes were soon placed on the table, and Gong Sunling sat opposite Yang Chen happily. Looking at Yang Chen's surprised eyes, she suddenly worried in her heart. She didn't know if what she had cooked would suit Yang Chen's taste. Yang Chen was indeed shocked by Gong Sunling. Who would have thought that a cultivation genius would actually put down her cultivation for a long time and go to the mortal world to learn cooking? This thought really moved Yang Chen. For the taste of the food, Yang Chen did not pay so much attention. However, Yang Chen still underestimated the degree of Gong Sunling's evilness. A few dishes looked inconspicuous, but they were exceptionally delicious. With the Jade Dragon wine, it was a perfect match. Yang Chen almost swallowed his tongue during the meal. Yang Chen was happy to eat, and Gong Sunling was even happier. Her own hard work could make her beloved junior brother enjoy it so much, then it was not in vain for such a long time to prepare carefully. After drinking with Yang Chen for a while, Gong Sunling asked Yang Chen about his next plans. This time, Yang Chen's return was temporary, just to send the magic weapon back for his master and senior sister to temper. He had long planned to collect the 7th metal true essence. Yang Chen did not hide this matter from Gong Sunling and said it directly. Of course, how did he know that there was 7th metal true essence there? Yang Chen did not elaborate, and Gong Sunling did not ask. Anyway, a well-read book was enough to explain all the unexplainable problems. You want to go to the territory of the demon sects. Listening to Yang Chen's destination, Gong Sunling couldn't help but be slightly surprised. However, she quickly recovered to normal. After a little thought, she suddenly asked, "Can I go with you? Go together?" Yang Chen was stunned for a moment. How did Gong Sunling suddenly think of going to the demon sect's territory? Is it just to be with him and not hesitate to take risks? Isn't the more places that the mountain river geographical map goes, the more complete the map and the more powerful it is? Gong Sunling saw that Yang Chen was a little stunned and explained with a smile, "Anyway, you are not going to the demon sect's territory to fight and kill, just to collect things. On the way, I am also going to sacrificial refine the magic weapon." Gong Sunling's mountain river geographical map has not yet become a life source magic weapon. It has not yet been sent into the sea of consciousness by Gong Sunling. However, the mountain river geographical map has an advantage. Even if it has already started the quenching of the life source magic weapon, it will not delay to supplement and perfect the geography in the geographical map. And there is another advantage of the mountain river geographical map. With this magic weapon, as long as you have been to a place, you will never get lost. Even in the maze, unless the level of the maze is higher than the level of the mountain river geographical map. But for the time being, in the mortal world, this kind of thing will hardly happen. Gong Sunling wanted to go to the demon sect's territory to experience it. This reason was very reasonable. After Yang Chen thought for a moment, he finally agreed. Instead of letting Gong Sunling take the risk alone, it would be better for Yang Chen to accompany her. Anyway, it was on the way to the place where the seventh metal true essence was collected. Even if it was a shuttle, it would take a year to go back and forth. Such a large territory, adding it to the Mountain River geographical map would definitely make the Mountain River geographical map more powerful. Naturally, the benefits for Gong Sunling were also very huge. Chapter 703. However, before departure, Gong Sunling must complete the tempering of the Mountain River geographical map, which was also a very hard thing for Gong Sunling. In order to increase the success rate of Gong Sunling, Yang Chen even had a spiritual awareness double cultivation with Gong Sunling several times again. Although the direct improvement of Gong Sunling's spiritual awareness was not much, the conciseness of the spiritual awareness had been greatly enhanced, so that Gong Sunling's sacrificial refining of the Mountain River geographical map had a little more certainty. Waiting for Gong Sunling's time, Yang Chen did not waste it, but opened the furnace again and refined a large number of first-grade inner sensing pills. There were thousands of them. These inner sensing pills, Yang Chen gave more than half of them to the sect. Although the first-grade inner sensing pill was not enough to make people directly achieve the breakthrough effect of Qiaoming and Shu Chengxin, it could allow the cultivators at the Jedan stage to thoroughly understand the internal situation of their body, and they could also detect the abnormalities in their own body. If the vast majority of the Jedan stage masters could detect that something was wrong at the beginning, there would be a lot of time to correct the deviation in their cultivation, rather than relying on the thunder pomegranate to forcibly correct it in the process of crossing the tribulation like Shu Chengxin. This could save a lot of things. While improving their personal cultivation, it was also beneficial to the development of the sect. In order to guard against accidents, Yang Chen even took out dozens of thunder pomegranates and handed them to the head of the palace. Once a disciple needed it, it could be used. At the very least, it could guarantee the life of the disciple who was crossing the tribulation and forming the nascent soul. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling's plan was not hidden from Gaou. In this regard, Gaou was happy to see it happen. However, Gaou must now devote herself to the process of refining her own life source flying sword and could not leave. Otherwise, maybe Gaou would go to the territory of the demon sects to join in the fun. During this time, knowing the plans of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, Wang Yong did not say much, but first spent some time to refine the sailboat magic weapon. It was still in the shape of a ship, but it was no longer a sailboat. Instead, it had become a multi-storied ship. Not only had his appearance changed, but his flying speed had also increased slightly. Before Wang Yong had the Qilin sword, he had a high-speed flying sword. Back then, he had set off from the sect to the 100,000 mountains to rescue Gaou with this flying sword. This time, Wang Yong spared no effort to refine the flying sword into the ship, making it twice as fast as the previous sailboat. With Gong Sunling's ability, driving the ship could now keep pace with Yang Chen's shuttle. In order to add more protection, Wang Yong also added some defensive materials during the refining process. He even got Gong Sunling to participate in the refining process, adding several types of maze arrays and defensive array formations, greatly increasing the defensive capabilities. When the ship flew in the air, because of the effect of a certain maze array, it would also emit a lot of smoke. From a distance, it looked like a thick cloud, and no one would see the ship surrounded by clouds. The defensive formation used the principle of dispersing spirit force attacks. Once an attack was inflicted on a part of the ship, the formation would evenly distribute the attack to almost all of the parts of the ship that were resistant to attacks. This ensured that the ship wouldn't disintegrate from a powerful attack, unless the power of a single attack could destroy all of the parts. Originally, when Taishanmen used the sailboat, it was basically the Yuanying stage ancestors who used it, and they only used the high-speed flight function of the sailboat. There was no need to consider the protection at all. Now Gong Sunling only had the cultivation base of the early Jedan stage, but she had to be more comprehensive in protection. On the side of Chunyang Palace, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were preparing for the trip in full swing, but the Taishanmen were in a lot of trouble. The 6 Yuanying stage ancestors who chased after Yang Chen, their life source spirit tablets were broken, and it was confirmed that they would die. The death of the 6 Yuanying stage ancestors, even in Taishanmen, was a major event, not to mention what the 6 of them were going to do. The high-level officials were clear about it. Now Yang Chen returned to Chunyang Palace safely, and the 6 Yuanying stage ancestors of Taishanmen were dead, and the insiders could not help but think more. To say that Yang Chen killed 6 masters of the Yuanying stage in an instant, the high-level officials of Taishanmen did not believe it. How was it possible? It was already a miracle that a guy in the early Jedan stage could kill a Yuanying stage ancestor one-on-one, not to mention 6, plus the sea calming flag array. This was simply impossible. However, the instant death of the 6 Yuanying stage ancestors needed an explanation. What also puzzled the high-level officials of Taishanmen was that Li Junyu of the Green Jade Immortal Island was also a Yuanying stage master, and she also brought dozens of 10th Water Divine Thunder, but she did not take down and eliminate Yang Chen, and even she herself was missing. It seemed that when facing Yang Chen, no matter how powerful the enemy was, Yang Chen could come back safely, but his enemies were not so lucky. They were either missing or dead. The 6 Yuanying stage ancestors of Taishanmen were the same, Li Junyu was the same, and even Luo Yuan in the late Dacheng stage was the same, which was very puzzling. This question must be answered. In any case, the Taishanmen had determined one thing, that was, Yang Chen knew the ancient text on the secret key. This point has been confirmed in the experiment arranged by Li Junyu in the Green Jade Immortal Island, but some keywords did not dare to let Yang Chen see, for fear that Yang Chen would find something. In other words, before Yang Chen gave them the mystery of the key to the riddle, the Taishanmen would not do anything to Yang Chen for the time being. At least they would not kill Yang Chen. Even if they wanted to kill Yang Chen to vent their anger, it was also after completing this matter. Yang Chen alone brought it. After all, it was still a small trouble, but another thing made the Taishanmen have a headache. Recently, no one knew where the rumor began to spread, so that the Taishanmen were busy dealing with the explanation. The rumor was very simple. The Taishanmen wanted to recruit a large number of monster cultivators and demon sects to enrich the strength of the sect. There was no source, and there was no more modification. However, combined with the current situation of the Taishanmen, many people began to believe it. There was no doubt that their strength was greatly damaged. The mountain gate was blown up, and the tens of thousands of reserved disciples of the Taishanmen were almost wiped out. Everyone knew this. Recently, the Taishanmen had also set up a hall of eccentrics, and they were recruiting monster cultivators. This was also a fact, and there was no way to deny it. Then, wouldn't it be logical for him to recruit demon sect disciples next? It was a very natural inference. Although many people were hindered by the despotic power of the Taishanmen, they did not accuse them face to face, but they also spread it out. Especially among the monster cultivators recruited by the Taishanmen this time, there were several who had indeed mixed in the territory of the demon sects before, and there were many people there who had a deep relationship. All of this showed that this rumor was not groundless, but it was true. In an instant, the Dao sect leader, the Taishanmen, fell into an awkward situation. Chapter 704. The Devil sect and Taoism had always been irreconcilable. From the cultivation style to the purpose they pursued, they were all different. Therefore, eliminating the Devil sect had always been the righteous reason for the Taoism to slaughter the Devil sect. Now, in the hands of the Taoism cultivators, except for those rookies who had not left the mountain gate, who did not have a few Devil sect lives, a large part of the experience of the Taoism disciples, including the rogue cultivators, was to carry out the great cause of eliminating the Devil sect. Of course, as for whether they were the real disciples of the Devil sect, it was still debatable, but at least in name, they were all devils. Some rumors were easy to stop, but some were not. It was not so easy for the Taishanmen to recruit people from the Devil sect. Although this rumor sounded ridiculous, it was simply impossible for the leader of the Dao sect to be in cahoots with the demon sect. However, a few demons who had always been close to the Devil sect joined the Taishanmen's Hall of Eccentrics. This was a bit unclear. What did these demons want to do by joining the Taishanmen? Did they want to collude with the Devil sect through them? The great thing about rumors was that there would always be some vague evidence to support it, making people feel that it was the case. If they wanted to refute the rumors, They had to explain the purpose of these demons joining the Taishanmen. God knew that when the Taishanmen recruited these guys, they only saw that they were strong and could quickly improve the strength of the sect. Anyway, after they made the demon soul oath, they would be loyal and reliable. They did not expect that they had such a complicated relationship. However, they had to refute the rumors. This matter was related to the development of the sect. If they did not let the other Taoism sects clear up the misunderstanding, it might cause a bigger conflict if it continued to develop. However, it was really not so easy to explain clearly. Even if the Taishanmen were powerful, some things could not be reassured with words. Especially now that the Taishanmen's strength had been greatly damaged, it was difficult for everyone to believe their side of the story. There were motives, actions, suspicions, and a few demons who joined the Taishanmen as evidence. It was not so easy to prove their innocence with a few words. Expel those demons to show their sincerity. That was even more impossible. Once they did that, it would temporarily show that the Taishanmen did not have much relationship with the demon sect. However, would there still be demons willing to serve them? Once the hearts of the demon clan who had set out to conduct the demon soul experiment were cold, the Taishanmen would be lucky not to be seen as enemies by the demon clan, not to mention recruiting demon clan members to fill up the sect. For a time, the foreign affairs elders of the Taishanmen sect frequently went out to explain the misunderstanding and clarify the rumors to the big sect. They might not be able to make everyone feel at ease, but they had to make sure that the big sect wouldn't misunderstand them. All in all, it was a huge headache. Even when it came to recruiting new disciples in the sect, it was difficult for him to do so. Even if they managed to recruit new disciples, it would not be easy to train them. In the near future, the Taishanmen had no choice but to temporarily postpone their steps in this aspect. While the sect was vigorously rebuilding the sect, they would still mainly recruit people like the demon clan who could become a fighting force upon joining. Yang Chen was very happy to watch this kind of excitement leisurely, especially when he knew where the rumors came from. There was no better time than watching the enemy being overwhelmed and unable to do anything. When the Taishanmen were in a hurry because of a few rumors, the palace master and the elders were vigorously promoting the plan to establish forces in the secular world. Yang Chen's proposal was valued by everyone, and everyone realized this. From the beginning of the Taishanmen's vigorous recruitment of the demon clan, it was bound to enter the era of the crazy rise of the hall of eccentrics of various sects. Since even the demon clan could accept it, then why not put down their pride a little and take the initiative to recruit those cultivation geniuses among human beings? After the decision was made at the top, everything was much simpler. For those slaves, there was almost no need to choose between being a slave in the Chunyang Palace or returning to the secular world. Everyone knew which one to choose. And all of this was very simple. As long as they paid their loyalty to the Chunyang Palace, they could get it. The sect would sponsor these disciples who returned to the secular world with a huge wealth in the eyes of the secular world, so that these slaves could establish their own families as soon as possible, and at the same time, give them a long-term business. Of course, how to maintain it depended on how they operated it. All these slaves who were sent out had an additional task, that was to do everything possible to secretly search for young people with cultivation qualifications in all places, and then report back to the sect. They would only pretend to be in contact with those who were tested by chance, and would never be found to have deliberate behavior. The sect would quickly arrange for official disciples to bring these outstanding children into the mountain gate according to their reports. Of course, all of this was secret. No one would know except for the core disciples who were responsible for the implementation and the people themselves. During the 8 months that Yang Chen was waiting for Gong Sunling, the sect had arranged at least a dozen loyal slaves. These slaves were also carefully selected. They had outstanding ability and loyalty, and their original families had some small forces. The sudden rise would not cause too much suspicion. And the return was almost immediate. In just 8 months, according to the method provided by Yang Chen, at least a dozen young people with good cultivation qualifications were found, and they had been secretly brought into the mountain. When the mountain gate was opened to accept disciples, they would be able to join the Chunyang Palace. Among the methods provided by Yang Chen to judge the cultivation qualifications, there was a method to judge the acquired qualifications. These made the head of the palace and the elders very puzzled. In this regard, Yang Chen's explanation was that he found something strange and was experimenting. Perhaps after a few decades of experimentation, some things could be fully confirmed. Before that, he would not explain it for the time being. It was a matter of great importance, and it had to be considered in the long run. The head of the palace and the elders were simply obedient to Yang Chen, and what Yang Chen said had appeared when he served as a disciple. He even let several disciples change the original cultivation method and switch to another 5-element cultivation method. This was most prominent in Gao Yu's case. Yang Chen did not say that there must be a reason not to say it, but everyone knew that this must be something great, and they also let Yang Chen test it on these future disciples of the sect. Everything seemed to be on the right track. If the sect continued at this speed, in another 100 years, it was enough to establish a large number of reserved disciples that could be comparable to the first-class sect. Chapter 705. Gong Sun Ling finally completed the initial tempering of the Mountain River geographical map and received the Mountain River geographical map into her sea of consciousness. She began to nourish the magic weapon that may take up to 100 years or even longer. Wang Yong also completed the refining of the ship and completely handed it over to Gong Sun Ling. For a long time, Wang Yong would accompany his master Gao Yu to refine the dragon horn flying sword, which was also a stage to consolidate his cultivation base after entering the Darching stage. After greeting the head of the palace, Yang Chen directly took Gong Sunling on the road to collect the 7th metal true essence. In order to deceive people, Yang Chen's shuttle was still used for the time being, wrapped in the sea-pouring jasper cup. It was not until they rushed out for at least 2 months that the speed was slightly slowed down. There was some tacit understanding between the two. Even on the shuttle, there was enough space. Gong Sunling also made several delicious side dishes for Yang Chen, so that Yang Chen could drink. A warm atmosphere has been spreading in the shuttle, and Yang Chen enjoyed this atmosphere very much. Talking to his senior sister about some things in cultivation, talking about some things in the outside world, and even talking about the detailed process of some battles with some annoying guys, always made Yang Chen have a feeling of deep affection in the plainness. On this trip, Yang Chen only felt unspeakably comfortable. The tacit understanding with Shishanshan was different, and the kind of activity with Sun Qingxue was also different. With Gong Sunling, Yang Chen only felt the warmth of a family. To get to the territory of the demon sects, one needed to pass through the territory of the monster race. There was a direct connection between the demon sects and the Dao sects. However, it was far from the destination of Yang Chen, so it was more convenient to borrow the road. Fortunately, Yang Chen's shuttle was fast enough and hidden enough. Generally speaking, it would not alarm any big monster. Even if it was alarmed, because of the recent easing of the relationship between the Dao sect's cultivators and the monster race, usually no big monster would investigate. There were only 2 or 3 accidents when they flew over the demon clan's territory. Yang Chen withdrew the sea-pouring jasper cup when he entered the monster race territory. He didn't want many people to know that he could shield his spiritual awareness at any time. The whereabouts of the flying shuttles were very easy to be seen, especially by the demon race. Some of the more talented guys could even find the flying shuttles that Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were on without using their divine senses from dozens of miles away. They were all small accidents. After being discovered by a few demons who were slightly skilled, some of them flew up to intercept them. Yang Chen did not entangle with these guys and directly controlled the shuttle to drill into the ground. Those who could compete with the shuttle in the air must be as slow as a snail underground. Soon, Yang Chen got rid of their entanglement. Gong Sunling could clearly perceive the changes of the geographical map in the Mountain River geographical map even when she was in the process of quenching her life source magic weapon. Where they passed, the terrain within a few hundred miles would be instantly recorded in the Mountain River geographical map. In just a few months, a large area had been added. In the Mountain River geographical map, there was also a Li Junyu who had lost her mind and was sacrificially refining it for Gong Sunling every day. Now Li Junyu has completely forgotten why she is wandering on the sea. She only knows that she is constantly flying on the vast sea, cultivating, and then continuing to fly. She has almost become an unconscious puppet. With the help of Li Junyu, a master of the Yuanying stage, the time for Gong Sunling to quench the mountain river geographical map was enough to save more than half. The addition of the geographical map of mountains and rivers could shorten the process even more. Gong Sunling soon noticed this and became more and more expectant that Yang Chen could take her to travel to more places. However, as the two began to enter the territory of the demon sects, the atmosphere became a little tense. In addition to the differences in the starting point of thinking in the way of doing things, the biggest point between the demon sects and the Dao sects was the difference in the way of cultivation. The Dao sects paid attention to step-by-step progress. After laying a good foundation, they would slowly seek a breakthrough. The overall process was a steady process. In this way of cultivation, because of the solid foundation, it would become more and more stable in the later stage. The probability of breakthrough was also very high, and the influence of the heart demon was relatively small. However, the cultivation method of the demon sects was completely different. The Dao sects was difficult at first and then easy, but the demon sects were easy at first and then difficult. From the very beginning, the demon sect had always been opportunistic, using all sorts of methods to improve themselves. However, as they cultivated, their foundations were not solid enough and their mental state was not strong enough, which led to huge mental demons. Relatively speaking, the cultivation of the demon sects before the Yuanying stage was much faster than that of the Dao sects. Almost 90% of the Dao sects cultivators with the same cultivation years were not the opponents of the demon sects cultivators. There was a lot of difference in the realm and it was difficult to win. But after the Yuanying stage, the Dao sects had some upper hand. However, this was also relative, and it was only the gap in the realm of cultivation. If they really wanted to fight, the demon sects would act unscrupulously, and it was hard to say who would win or lose. There was a certain truth in the saying that the Dao was a foot higher and the demon was 10 feet higher. To use the simplest words to describe the characteristics of the demon sect's cultivators, the following adjectives could be used: insidious, vicious, and able to fight. In the territory of the demon sects, they had to be more careful. Yang Chen came here just to collect the seventh metal true essence, and it had nothing to do with killing the demons and defending the Dao. Gong Sunling just came to improve the geography of the mountains and rivers in the geographical map of mountains and rivers, and did not have this kind of thought. Otherwise, the two little Jedan stage cultivators running to the territory of the demon sects, it was not defending the Dao, it was sending themselves to death. The demon sects also had a vast area, and unlike the Dao sects, the spiritual veins here had begun to be filled with some faint demonic energy. The deeper they went in, the thicker these auras were. As long as ordinary people were contaminated with these auras, they would unknowingly be possessed. If the Dao sect's cultivators absorbed too much demonic energy and did not refine it in time, it would also be a disaster. These demonic energy would accumulate, and once it erupted, it would be a great heart demon, and it would take the life of the cultivator unknowingly, which was also a common thing. If they entered the place with the strongest demonic energy in the beginning, it was also possible to explode and die directly. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were both moving carefully here. In the territory of the demon sects, they could not be careless. Yang Chen was not a brave and ruthless person. If he could not fight, then he would not fight. It was quite a bit of a sneaky feeling. At present, Yang Chen has not met many people from the demon sects. In such a situation, Yang Chen hoped that it would stay the same. If he could collect the seventh metal true essence without anyone knowing, it would be the best thing. It was a pity that things went against one's wishes. The better the hope, the crueler the reality. The two flew in the direction of the seventh metal true essence for a few days and found a lot of people from the demon sects. Chapter 706. At this time, using the shuttle, a magic weapon that was not contaminated with the slightest devil chi, was clearly a provocation. Yang Chen found a place and quickly put away the shuttle. Then he let Gong Sunling find a black veil to cover her face. Then the two continued to hurry like ordinary devil sect cultivators. At the beginning, they occasionally encountered a few devil sect cultivators. Everyone did not talk to each other, but kept a distance and was careful to guard against each other. In the eyes of the devil cultivators, there was little trust. Everyone was respected by strength, and they were always fighting and scheming against each other. Maybe when they were friends who were drinking and chatting happily, in the blink of an eye, they would be fighting. The devil cultivators encountered on the road, if they were not natural enemies, they would come up and fight. If they didn't know each other, they would rarely make friends. It was a habit, not a natural indifference. However, Yang Chen was very aware that the other party seemed to have a very obvious hostility to the two of them. This made Yang Chen puzzled. Even if it was a devil cultivator, they couldn't say that strangers would fight and kill each other when they met. There must be some reasons for this. It's just that Yang Chen didn't figure it out for a while. The other party was careful to keep a distance and did not approach. Walking forward for another 2 days, Yang Chen was even more strange. The few devil cultivators he had encountered before had been on the same road as him. Even the direction had not changed slightly, and they had always kept a similar distance. Between several devil cultivators, it seemed that there was the same relationship, and they were all on guard against each other. The cultivation of these devil cultivators was not very high. The highest one was only in the middle Jedan stage, and there were 3 in the peak of the foundation stage. Along the way, it seemed that there were more people in this direction, but the atmosphere was getting more and more strange. Yang Chen didn't want to get involved. He thought it was just on the way. He didn't take the initiative to make a move. He just followed the flow of people and walked in the direction of the 7th metal true essence. There were already hundreds of people gathered in this direction, and the situation was already very wrong. At this time, if Yang Chen wanted to catch someone and figure out what was going on, it was bound to alarm these devil cultivators around. There was still Gong Sunling by his side, and Yang Chen didn't want to cause more trouble. He could only hope that when he reached his destination, he would separate from these people and go about his own business. However, even if Yang Chen didn't cause any trouble, others might not be able to tolerate him getting away with it. In the situation where everyone was alone, the team of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling was very conspicuous in the large crowd around them. Yang Chen, there's something wrong with the surrounding atmosphere. Gong Sunling, who was also on guard, suddenly reminded him in a low voice. Of course, Yang Chen also noticed the abnormality in the surroundings. He nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. The two of them had developed quite a bit of tacit understanding. There were many things that they did not need to communicate too much to know what to do. An invisible aura, it was not known from where it began to spread, but Yang Chen found the clue in the first time. Someone is using poison. When a certain breath of air entered Yang Chen's mouth, Yang Chen keenly noticed it. Gong Sunling, who was next to him, was slightly shocked and held her breath quietly. There's no need, a very subtle poisonous gas will make people's strength drop unconsciously. Yang Chen didn't care about this at all. Abai's body, the blue jade vine, just revealed a small tip on her body and the surrounding poisonous gas was swept away. Of course, Gong Sunling believed in Yang Chen's words. She let go of her courage to breathe and behaved like a normal person. Her eyes turned around, trying to find out who was doing it. The calm situation did not last too long. Soon someone discovered that someone was releasing poison and suddenly panicked. Who is sneak attacking? In the blink of an eye, the brief peace that had been barely maintained was broken in an instant. Dozens of magic weapons quickly rose into the air and attacked wildly in the crowd without distinguishing between enemies and friends. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had always been at the back of the team. As soon as there was a commotion, Gong Sunling immediately became alert and a protective formation flag was directly placed beside her, completely protecting the two of them. There were already screams coming from the front. There were a few guys who obviously had low cultivation bases and they were also hit by the silent poisonous gas. At this moment, they were simply meat on the chopping board, waiting to be slaughtered. The team of 100 people was reduced by half in an instant. Perhaps it was the two masters of the Jedan stage, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, that made people a little afraid. The first round of magic weapon attacks did not fall on their heads. It seemed that all the people who did it had the same idea, to pick the soft persimmon and pinch it first. The first to die were those with low cultivation bases, demonic cultivators in the foundation stage. Except for one who seemed to have a backer in the Jedan stage, the rest were all killed. There were almost 30 or 40 people left, Almost all of them were Jedan stage cultivators. Everyone controlled their own magic weapons and looked around. It seemed that they were looking for a good opportunity to make a move. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling didn't even know why these people suddenly started to fight. However, since it was time to fight, Yang Chen would not be afraid. As soon as he opened his hand, the Blood Phantom Vine Flying Sword appeared in his hand. In the territory of the demonic sects, the Blood Phantom Vine Flying Sword was more suitable to use. The powerful effect of the Blood Phantom Vine to absorb flesh and blood was very in line with the style of some guys in the demonic sects. Yang Chen had already discovered that there was an ambush in front of him, but he had not attacked, just waiting for the other party to appear. Now it seemed that those guys had the intention to kill them all. Ji. Suddenly, a burst of extremely unpleasant laughter came from the front, causing everyone's heart to tremble. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were fine, but there were already a few guys in the Jedan stage around them who began to tremble with the laughter. The sound was getting louder and louder, and more people seemed to be trembling. Finally, someone realized that something was wrong and screamed, "What kind of poison is this? Poisonous? When did I get poisoned?" A series of panicked voices sounded, and at least half of the remaining people became headless flies, scurrying around. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 shadows jumped out from the darkness in front of them and rushed toward the crowd. As soon as the 3 black shadows rushed close, everyone saw the appearance of the black shadows, but they were 3 unknown monsters. At the moment, this monster seemed to be someone else's pet. It rushed to the side of the crowd, but did not go forward. It just took a corpse in its mouth and pulled it aside. In front of everyone's eyes, it began to gnaw madly. The sound of teeth gnawing brought a strange oppression to everyone present. After every few bites, the 3 monsters would raise their heads, look at the crowd, and then continue to lower their heads to gnaw. They did not put the people present in their eyes at all. It could be described as if there was no one else present. Chapter 707. Gong Sunling looked at this scene and her face suddenly turned a little pale. Although she was already a supreme master of the Jedan stage, although she had killed demons when she was training, she had never seen such a scene of cannibalism in front of her. The monsters swallowed the corpses as if nothing had happened, but Yang Chen soon discovered that something was wrong. After those monsters swallowed the corpses, their eyes began to turn slightly red, which was obviously not a good thing. Sure enough, after swallowing a corpse, those monsters were not enough. They continued to rush into the corpses, each pulled out a corpse, and continued to gnaw on it. Among the people present, in addition to Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, there were a few Jedan stage masters who were not poisoned. Those who were poisoned were still trembling with the sinister laughter. They didn't know what kind of poison it was, but it would make a group of Jedan stage masters have no resistance. This time, after those monsters swallowed the corpses, their bodies began to grow rapidly, and they were twice their original size. At first, they were already the size of a normal cow, but this change almost directly turned into 3 small meat mountains. Their eyes had turned red, like 2 small red lanterns. After swallowing 2 corpses each, the 3 monsters separated in 3 directions and slowly pressed towards the crowd. When the sinister laughter suddenly sounded, the 3 monsters seemed to have received some kind of signal and rushed towards their respective targets. The most shocking thing was that the Jedan stage demonic cultivators, who had just trembled with the laughter, at this moment, as if they had been trained, they attacked the people around them. They were mixed in the crowd, and everyone was not far from each other. At first, everyone thought that these people were taken advantage of by the poisonous gas. Now that their strength had been greatly damaged, no one was too careful. This sudden attack surprised everyone. As soon as they found that something was wrong, they immediately counterattacked. Although their attention was attracted by the monsters, those demonic cultivators did not completely lose their vigilance after all. Although they were surprised, their counterattack was unusually sharp, and they would not return without seeing blood. Kai kai kai, the sound of the flying sword penetrating the body came one after another, and it sounded in an instant. After all, the poisoned fellows were still in a poisoned state. Their bodies seemed to be very slow in reacting to the attacks of the flying sword, allowing the demonic cultivators to land a hit on them. However, the 3 monstrous beasts were exceptionally fierce. Although they were also hit by the flying sword, it seemed that after the monstrous beasts had devoured the corpses, their defensive power had greatly increased. Thus, only a few wounds were left on their bodies, but there were no fatal injuries. However, the sharp claws of the three monstrous beasts were extremely frightening. After clashing with the flying sword for a few times, they were actually unscathed. Just when everyone thought that there was no need to worry about the poisoned fellows and that they only had to deal with the three monstrous beasts, an accident happened again. The flying sword had pierced through their bodies and everyone thought they were dead. However, they actually pounced on the crowd at an abnormally fast speed. It was impossible to tell that they had suffered fatal injuries. Boom, boom, boom. A group of people pounced forward. They weren't fighting with anyone at all. Instead, they were directly self-detonating. The self-detonation of a gold core master, even a master of the same cultivation level, would be flustered to deal with it. What's more, there was not only one gold core master who self-detonated, but at least 3 or 5. In an instant, more than half of the surviving dozen or so people were killed by the explosion of the golden cores. There were only 5 who could stand. Among the 5, of course, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were included. Not to mention that Gong Suanling's protective array was very comprehensive. Even without this array, Yang Chen could not be hurt by this explosion. From the beginning to the present, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling did not make a move. They just stood in place and put on a defensive posture. However, just because they did not make a move did not mean that those people would not target them. Beside the 2 of them, there were at least 5 gold core masters who self-detonated. The violent explosion even caused Gong Suanling's protective array to shake a little. However, the spiritual power of Gong Suanling's array was provided by the best spirit stone given by Yang Chen. Although the explosion of the other party was violent, it only made the protection of the array fall rapidly. It had not reached the bottom, because the powerful spiritual power was replenished, it was safe and sound. So far, the main character has not yet appeared. Yang Chen knew that the other party was hiding in the darkness not far ahead, watching all this coldly. All the attacks were inexplicable, and everyone seemed to be a bit weird. Yang Chen was waiting for the other party to appear on their own initiative. In addition to Yang Chen, there were 3 gold core masters who were alive, but they were also entangled by 3 monsters. Because of the self-detonation of the surrounding gold cores, they also had different degrees of injuries. What surprised Yang Chen and Gong Sunling was that the 3 of them were clearly at a disadvantage, but none of them escaped. Yang Chen looked more carefully. It seemed that they also wanted to escape, but for some reason, they couldn't escape. Gong Sunling certainly saw the abnormality, and was about to remind Yang Chen, but was stopped by Yang Chen slightly. Yang Chen's eyes just stared at the 3 monsters and the 3 gold core masters who were fighting, without blinking. This battle did not last too long. The 3 monsters were very fierce to Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, who were watching on the side, and showed their powerful combat power. The monster's own defense was very strong, and the ordinary flying sword could only stab a hole. Only the flying sword of a gold core master caused serious damage to the monsters. Under the huge wound, there was a piece of black flesh and blood. Obviously, this gold core master's flying sword was also smeared with poison. In the time it took to burn a stick of incense, the outcome of this battle was decided. The 3 gold core masters died without exception, and one of the monsters was finally beheaded. The remaining 2 were all bloody wounds. The 2 monsters began to slowly approach Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. They stopped when they were not very close, and then each dragged a corpse and started to eat again. After eating less than half, the injuries on their bodies were all healed. Their eyes were even more red, and their bodies seemed to be bigger. If there is nothing else, we will go first. Yang Chen just looked at the 2 monsters as if nothing had happened, and he didn't care. Only after they had fully recovered did they open their mouths to shout. Want to go? At this time, isn't it a little too late? A gloomy voice came from the darkness, and it was the guy who laughed just now. With the guy's voice, the 2 monsters, who had obviously recovered and were even more powerful, had taken a few steps forward with a low roar, and put on an attack posture. It's not a matter of time, if you want to go, then go, Yang Chen just responded faintly, relying on these 2 beasts. they can't keep us. Chapter 708. Just because of a protective array that you don't even dare to come out? The gloomy voice was full of disdain. It seemed that he despised Yang Chen and Gong Suanling's method of hiding in the array. Only cowards hide in a turtle shell and be complacent. As you wish. Yang Chen took 2 steps forward and directly stepped out of the range of the array. The enemy hiding in the dark suddenly rejoiced. If Yang Chen and Gong Suanling stayed in the array, he really couldn't think of a way. Even the power of the explosion of 5 gold core cultivators couldn't hurt the array. It must be a strong enough protection. His words just now were vaguely provoking the two of them so that they wouldn't rely on the strength of the array. Because of that incident, there would be more demonic cultivators appearing. Yang Chen and Gong Suanling had been in the array. The guy in the dark probably couldn't do anything and could only retreat. Now Yang Chen really couldn't stand the provocation and walked out of the array, which was exactly what the person in the dark wanted. Even if Yang Chen came out alone, it would be worth it if he could weaken the strength of the 2 people by half. Since you are willing to die, I will fulfill your wish. The person in the dark snorted coldly. Without any instructions, the 2 beasts, who were originally staring at him, instantly turned into 2 black lights and flew straight to Yang Chen. 2 beasts, 2 directions. No matter which side Yang Chen wanted to block, he had to worry about the other side. Moreover, the person in the dark was very relieved with the power of the beasts. After swallowing 2 corpses of the foundation stage and 1 gold core cultivator, the power of the beasts had skyrocketed to the peak of gold core. If it wasn't for the fact that their power had reached the peak temporarily and this temporary power couldn't be increased anymore, the owner of the beasts would definitely control them to swallow a few more gold core cultivators' corpses. There seemed to be no shortage of gold core cultivators' corpses here. Although Yang Chen looked strong, he was only at the early stage of gold core. Relying on Gong Suanling's array, he could withstand the power of the explosion of 5 gold core cultivators. At the very least, that was what the owner of the Yarrow beast believed. Be it the Dao sects or the demon sects, the strength of a cultivator did not depend on how strong their bodies were. Because of this, in the eyes of the demonic beast master, if Yang Chen were to step forward because of what he said, it was purely a rookie courting death. Judging from this, a guy who couldn't even take a few words of provocation was probably a hothead. Gong Suanling, who was with Yang Chen, naturally didn't have to worry about anything. The moment the 2 monstrous beasts pounced, the owner of the monstrous beasts could even see the scene of Yang Chen being torn to pieces by his 2 pets. One of the 3 treasures had died, but he had killed more than 100 people. His other demonic art had also directly risen to a level. He would be more confident in this operation. When he thought of the benefits if he could get that kind of thing, even if the owner of the monstrous beasts was hidden in the darkness, he couldn't help but raise the corner of his mouth and reveal a smile. The 2 monstrous beasts rushed up from the left and right. Yang Chen held the blood phantom vine sword in his right hand and stabbed forward very casually, easily piercing into the bloody mouth of the monstrous beasts. His left hand was not idle either. He stretched out his big hand and grabbed the claws of the monstrous beasts that rushed up. Originally, these 2 actions did not seem to pose any threat to the 2 monstrous beasts. It could even be said that Yang Chen was courting death. The claws of the monstrous beasts had already been shown in the previous battle. Even if it was the flying sword of the gold core demonic cultivator, it would be safe and sound. Yang Chen actually used his bare hands to grab it. Wasn't he courting death? As for the sword piercing into the mouth of the monstrous beasts, it was even more insignificant. The resilience of the monstrous beasts was strong, and their defense was also extremely excellent. Even if the rare protection in their mouth was not as strong as the outer skin protection, it was not to say that a small stab from the flying sword could do that. Seeing Yang Chen's response, the monstrous beast's owner had confirmed that Yang Chen was a rookie who had been protected by the elders until now. He didn't even know what his own pet was, and so many people had died before and he didn't know how to learn a lesson. He deserved to die. Involuntarily, the monstrous beast's owner raised the corner of his mouth again, revealing a smirk. But this time, this smirk didn't even last until the corners of his mouth were raised to the highest, and it directly turned into shock. His left hand grabbed one of the claws of the monstrous beasts, and Yang Chen's hand did not stop. His left arm exerted force, and he directly swung his arm in a big circle. The monstrous beasts that were caught by the claws were involuntarily drawn in a big circle in the air by Yang Chen's hand, and then it was slammed heavily on the ground. The process may be very simple, but a monstrous beast the size of several cows, with the power of a mad rush, was caught by someone with one hand in the air and smashed to the ground. The atmosphere was really shocking to the extreme. Boom, the huge body naturally had a huge weight, and the monstrous beast's body was smashed to the ground, directly smashing a big pit in the ground. In the bang, accompanied by a cracking sound, it was not known how many bones of the monstrous beasts were broken. However, with the momentum of the monstrous beasts on the ground with one hand, Yang Chen's right-hand side of the monstrous beasts, the blood phantom vine flying sword just pointed the tip into the mouth of the monstrous beasts. According to reason, nothing should happen. Even if the tip of the flying sword was sharp, it was just a small hole in the monstrous beasts. The problem was that the monstrous beasts that were stabbed stopped in an instant. The gigantic body that was charging forward suddenly came to a halt. This strange situation made it hard for anyone to remain calm. But this was not the most terrible thing. The most terrible thing was that the monstrous beasts that were quiet, in an instant, the whole body's skin and flesh suddenly shrank inward. In less than a moment, the monstrous beasts were emaciated and turned into a skinny appearance. Pulling out the blood phantom vine sword, Yang Chen looked down at the huge monstrous beast's head that was thrown in front of him, shook his head slightly, and stabbed down with the sword. In the blink of an eye, the two monstrous beasts became two piles of bones, and there was no sign of life. Yang Chen lightly pulled out the blood phantom vine sword, took a sword flower, put it behind him, and sneered in the direction of the monstrous beast's owner hiding in the darkness. Devour flesh and blood, their cultivation is still shallow. Yang Chen's words instantly ignited the anger of the monstrous beast's owner. The two pets were killed by Yang Chen with two swords, and the monstrous beast's owner's anger had begun to burn, and the latter sentence completely burned his anger to the extreme. Although Yang Chen's means of killing the monstrous beasts were shocking, the monstrous beasts were only one of his means, and it was not a trump card. Yang Chen dared to provoke him like this. Today, he must kill Yang Chen anyway. Chapter 709. Peng, a black smoke suddenly shrouded Yang Chen. The bones of the two monsters next to him, at the moment of contact with the smoke, issued a hissing sound that made people's teeth sour, emitted black smoke, and began to quickly melt. The poisonous black smoke even enveloped Gong Sunling and the protective formation. The other party was planning to catch Yang Chen and Gong Sunling in one fell swoop. However, this poisonous black smoke was an excellent tonic for a Bai's body in the medicine garden, the blue jade vine. The blue jade vine, which could detoxify almost all poisons, directly came out of the medicine garden. The soft vines quickly enveloped this large piece of black smoke, and then began to absorb it quickly. The owner of the monster, who was hidden in the dark, saw a large piece of green vines suddenly sprang out of the poisonous smoke he released. Although he did not recognize the blue jade vine at a glance, he also knew that this was definitely something that could detoxify. However, if Yang Chen thought that his means were only poisonous smoke, then he was wrong. The corner of the monster's owner's mouth cracked again, and a silent sneer appeared on his face. Boom, Yang Chen's sea of consciousness shook several times, so that Yang Chen, who was concerned about whether Gong Sunling was attacked by the poisonous smoke, was startled. Did the other party still have the means to attack with spiritual awareness? In the black smoke, there seemed to be invisible monsters hidden, but even Yang Chen's spiritual awareness did not find any clues. As he was wondering, his sea of consciousness shook again, and Yang Chen suddenly understood. Soul-devouring technique, this was probably the other party's trump card. No wonder the previous few Jedan stage masters clearly knew that they would not be able to escape. At that time, Yang Chen saw some abnormalities, and now he finally understood the other party's means. Those few people were clearly hit by the soul-devouring technique when they were attacked by the monster and the Jedan stage, so they had such a reaction. As for those Jedan stage masters who self-exploded, they should have been hit by the soul-devouring technique after being poisoned, and they couldn't help it. Looking at the means of the other party, to be able to control dozens of Jedan experts at the same time, the cultivation of the soul-devouring technique was really not low. However, In the face of Yang Chen's sea of consciousness, no matter how high one's level was, they would not be able to enter. Yang Chen's knowledge sea had already been condensed to an unimaginable degree. Even if the other party controlled several soul-devouring primers, they would not be able to open a single crack in Yang Chen's knowledge sea. After 3 consecutive attacks, the other party seemed to have some fear. Yang Chen's heart moved and he suddenly took the initiative to open up his sea of consciousness, waiting for the next soul-devouring technique. As expected, the 4th attack seemed to have concentrated the other party's full strength. Boom! More than 10 illusory shadows directly rushed into Yang Chen's sea of consciousness. The shadows that rushed into the sea of consciousness quickly revealed their original forms. They were more than a dozen people that looked exactly the same. However, in the sea of consciousness, everything was a simulation of divine sense and not real people. But this already meant that at least a dozen soul-devouring primers had entered Yang Chen's knowledge sea. Next, these soul-devouring primers began to wreak havoc. The biggest feature of the soul-devouring technique was that after the soul-devouring primers rushed into the other party's knowledge sea, they would devour the other party's soul. After wantonly destruction, they would use the primers to strengthen themselves to achieve the purpose of controlling the person. This guy's soul-devouring technique was quite powerful. There were more than a dozen soul-devouring primers, and each action was different. They were completely fighting for themselves, but they were not chaotic. It was unknown how many people he had used this trick. Unfortunately, now he had encountered Yang Chen. The knowledge sea was extremely condensed. The little people condensed by more than a dozen soul-devouring primers could not cause any damage to Yang Chen's knowledge sea. Yang Chen looked at the dozens of soul-devouring primers in his sea of consciousness, and a smile appeared on his face. If the other party noticed that something was wrong at the beginning and fled immediately, Yang Chen might have to spend more effort to catch up. But now, since the other party's soul-devouring primers had entered his knowledge sea, then life or death was no longer in the hands of the enemy. After the soul-devouring technique was successfully cast, the growing soul-devouring primer could control the opponent's body. At the same time, every time it succeeded, it could also strengthen the soul-devouring primer. But this time, it was clear that he had hit an iron plate. When more than a dozen soul-devouring primers rushed into Yang Chen's knowledge sea without any hindrance, the owner of the monster beast thought that he had succeeded. But when he found that the soul-devouring primers could not shake the other party's knowledge sea, he noticed that something was wrong. Unfortunately, it was too late to discover it now. The soul-devouring technique could control the opponent, which meant that it was connected to his own knowledge sea. Once he could not control the other party, it meant that he would suffer the backlash of the soul-devouring technique. Yang Chen just easily used the blood demon vine in his knowledge sea, and it easily strangled the vast majority of the soul-devouring primers. Even in the knowledge sea, the blood demon vine seemed to retain the powerful characteristics of devouring flesh and blood, but it devoured the soul-devouring primers sent by the enemy. After swallowing more than a dozen in a row, the blood demon vine seemed to have been nourished and became more and more robust. Even the second wood spirit power in Yang Chen's body was a little smoother. What was left for the other party was only a soul-devouring primer, but it was also swallowed by the blood demon vine, and it was half dead. Leaving this soul-devouring primer was to keep the other party's life, and to know something about what happened here from his mouth. After coming to the demon sect site, Yang Chen had not communicated with any demonic cultivator, and some of the situations here were not very clear. Just like in the past few days, the demonic cultivators were constantly gathering in this direction. Yang Chen did not know why. This guy came to his door, it was just the most suitable person to ask. His spiritual awareness had already locked the location of this guy's body in reality, and Yang Chen easily pulled out the other party without any twists and turns. Originally relying on powerful pets and poisons, coupled with the soul-devouring technique, this guy was almost invincible when he met the enemy, but this time, he was pulled out by Yang Chen like a dead dog. More than a dozen soul-devouring primers were swallowed, and he was no longer able to escape. He didn't even have the strength to stand up. When Yang Chen picked him up, he was as soft as a puddle of mud. "Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me." Even though his body was so weak that he couldn't move, he didn't forget to beg for mercy. He almost cried with tears and snot, which was completely different from the spirit he had when he was hiding in the dark and plotting against hundreds of people. How can he be so unprincipled? Gong Sunling was very contemptuous of this and despised it. On the demon sect side, if he can survive, he will do anything. Yang Chen has seen a lot of demonic cultivators' faces, explained with a smile, and then turned his face to the guy on the ground. I really want to know what happened recently. Why are there so many people gathering in this direction? Yang Chen's smile was tantamount to the devil in the eyes of the other party. Also, what is the reason for your attack? Can you tell me? Chapter 710. The last soul-devouring guide was in the hands of Yang Chen. If he didn't want to die, he could only tell Yang Chen everything he knew. This guy obviously didn't want to die yet. When he heard Yang Chen's question, even though his body was limp and unable to move, he still quickly said what Yang Chen wanted to know. After listening to his words, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling couldn't help but look at each other. The direction of Yang Chen's goal, or to be precise, it should be the destination that Yang Chen wanted to go to. It was a huge mining area. In the past few months, there had been rays of light shooting out from the ground. Recently, the rays of light had become more and more intense, and it carried a strong aura of golden hepta. Some knowledgeable demonic cultivators thought that this was a sign that a demonic weapon was about to be unearthed. Moreover, there was no doubt that this demonic weapon was of the golden hepta attribute. Although no one knew what this demonic weapon was, judging from the aura that had been revealed, it was definitely a powerful magic weapon. After calculating, the demonic cultivator masters felt that the time when the demonic weapon would be unearthed would be in the next 1 or 2 months. There were already countless masters gathered in that area, waiting for the demonic weapon to be unearthed to determine the ownership of the demonic weapon. In order to compete for the magic weapon, everyone fought wantonly. The scene of blood flowing like a river was not only on the side of the demonic sects, but also on the side of the Dao sects. This time, it seemed that an expert had spoken that no one was allowed to kill each other in the mining area. Everything was up to fate. If anyone disobeyed, they would be killed. The people that Yang Chen met on the way were naturally some guys who heard the news and wanted to take advantage of it. Because everyone had the same idea, they were almost hostile to each other along the way and were cautious. But because of the news that an expert had released, no one dared to make a move. If they made a move, they would anger the expert who spoke. Secondly, once they provoked some powerful guys, they would not only fail to take advantage of them, but also get into trouble. And this guy in front of them was taking this opportunity to use poisons and the soul-devouring technique to ambush and attack some of the periphery. Some time ago, he had succeeded twice. This was the third time. Unfortunately, he was unlucky. This time, he met Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. If Yang Chen and Gong Sunling had not appeared, he would have gained a lot from this trip. With so many people's wealth, coupled with the improvement of his soul devouring and the improvement of his pet's abilities, the benefits were self-evident. If he had known that Yang Chen was so strong, he would not have made a move. As long as he escaped immediately after he succeeded, Yang Chen might not have bothered with him. Unfortunately, there were no IFS in this world. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling didn't expect such a thing to happen. It was a very normal thing for a demonic artifact to be unearthed. In the Dao sect, there would often be some magic treasures that had absorbed enough spiritual energy to break out of the ground and fly out. It was not surprising that they were obtained by others. The problem was that this happened when Yang Chen was planning to collect the 7th metal true essence, and the location was the mining area where Yang Chen was going. What was more coincidental was that the demonic artifact actually had a strong 7th metal aura. It was hard to say whether it was related to the 7th metal true essence left by Tai Bai Jinxing Li Changeng. From this guy's mouth, Yang Chen knew that there had been a lot of demonic experts gathered in the mining area. If he and Gong Sunling went there, the Dao sect cultivation method that the two people practiced might be seen through and bring unnecessary danger. Yang Chen was not afraid, but now that Gong Sunling was around, Yang Chen would not let his senior sister suffer any harm. Yang Chen couldn't help but hesitate. Should he temporarily avoid this time, wait for the demonic artifact to be unearthed, and then slowly return, or should he face the difficulties and participate in the grand event of the demonic artifact being unearthed? If he could determine that this demonic artifact had nothing to do with the seventh metal true essence, Yang Chen would not have any hesitation and would definitely choose to avoid it first. Yang Chen himself was very strong, but he was not arrogant enough to be invincible in the world, to be able to flatten the demonic sects by himself. But now he did not know if this demonic artifact was related to the seventh metal true essence. On the one hand, Yang Chen was not willing to give up the seventh metal true essence. On the other hand, he was worried about the safety of Gong Sunling. He had the intention to put Gong Sunling in the space of the medicine garden, but this kind of protection had lost the original intention of gaining experience, which made Yang Chen embarrassed. "Why don't we go and take a look?" Yang Chen's hesitation was naturally seen by Gong Sunling. She was also a very smart person. She naturally understood Yang Chen's hesitation and took the initiative to say, "There will be danger." Yang Chen responded, "There are masters over there, and they won't let us kill each other. Let's go and see, there shouldn't be any danger." Gong Sunling smiled, but she also had a plan to open her eyes. "You and I don't have any demonic energy on us. Once we are exposed, it will be very dangerous." Yang Chen still had some concerns, but looking at Gong Sunling's look of expectation, he couldn't bear to break her hopes. He could only comply. "You can go, but everything has to listen to my arrangement." Gong Sunling had gone out several times to gain experience, but this was the first time she really came to the domain of the demonic sects, and she was very excited. When Yang Chen said this, Gong Sunling naturally nodded and agreed. The cultivation method of the two did not have the slightest demonic energy. This was very easy for Yang Chen to solve. There were also many people in the demonic sects who would cultivate some seemingly dignified cultivation methods, but they were very insidious and cunning. Yang Chen could disguise himself as these people at any time, and the blood phantom vine flying sword in his hand was enough to disguise himself as a demonic cultivator who looked majestic but was ruthless. How many Daoist disciples had Dharma treasures that devoured flesh and blood? Except for the disciples of the demonic sects, he couldn't think of any Dao disciples who would have such a vicious flying sword. It was hard to say for Gong Sunling, but it was not that there was no solution. Yang Chen thought about it and gave two methods directly. One was to let Gong Sunling disguise herself as Yang Chen's puppet and refine the Dao disciples into her own puppet, which could better explain Yang Chen's demonic cultivator identity. The other method, which was a little difficult, was to let Gong Sunling disguise herself as Yang Chen's concubine. The demonic sects were much more open to dual cultivation than the Dao sects, and even many demonic cultivators just used the guise of dual cultivation to satisfy their lustful hearts. As long as Gong Sunling appeared to be obedient to Yang Chen, she could easily get through it. What surprised Yang Chen was that after hearing these two methods, Gong Sunling only hesitated a little and chose the second one. Although she was blushing and extremely shy, Gong Sunling would rather appear in front of outsiders as Yang Chen's concubine. Even after Yang Chen proposed this method, Gong Sunling's heart couldn't help but jump a few times, and she seemed to be very happy with this identity. Chapter 711. If his senior sister agrees, Yang Chen certainly has no problem. However, the necessary preparations will not be forgotten. In front of the pile of corpses and the guy who plotted against himself, Yang Chen will certainly not let go. Since he didn't want people to know that there had been a murder here, Yang Chen simply destroyed the body for the guy. All the corpses were thrown to the roots of the blood demon vine. The flesh and blood were swallowed by the blood demon vine, and the bones left became flower fertilizer. The guy who did it, Yang Chen, did not stay. After asking a lot of things, he also became the food of the blood demon vine. There was no need for Yang Chen to hide the traces of the battle at the scene for that guy. Anyway, if someone saw it, they would only trace the guy, and there would be nothing to do with Yang Chen. Gong Sunling, on the other hand, let Yang Chen dress up. As a concubine of a demonic cultivator, she naturally couldn't dress like this. Yang Chen could only take out the set of enchanting clothes prepared for Wen Qian and her apprentices. At the sight of these clothes, Gong Sunling blushed again. Although she and Yang Chen have hugged each other and practiced the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra many times, she was always dressed tightly. This kind of clothes that almost exposed most of her body could only be called cloth. How could she, a virgin, wear it? Don't say to wear it, just looking at it made her blush. However, Gong Sunling had a different impulse. It seemed that if Yang Chen was willing, she would be happy to wear such clothes for Yang Chen to see. However, that was limited to Yang Chen alone. If she really wanted to wear it for many people, Gong Sunling would not be happy. This is worn inside. Of course, Yang Chen knew what Gong Sunling was jealous of, and hurriedly explained, the outside still needs to be wrapped tightly, but these are the style of dressing here, and can't reveal any flaws. These words made Gong Sunling blush again. Fortunately, after knowing that this was just the clothes worn inside, she felt much better. In fact, not to mention that Gong Sunling was unwilling, if it was just wearing those cloth strips, Yang Chen himself would not agree. How could he agree to let other men see his senior sister's body? If she wanted to pretend to be Yang Chen's concubine, in the land full of demonic cultivators, she had to follow the customs of the demonic sects. Many demonic cultivators collect beautiful women for fun, and it was very normal for Yang Chen to bring a beautiful concubine with him. Of course, she had to wear clothes outside, but it was a slightly transparent gauze. With this gauze, most of the body would be covered. But Yang Chen was still not willing to let people take advantage of him. He put a big cloak on Gong Sunling and wrapped her exquisite body in it, then he gave up. In this way, Gong Sunling was wrapped in a cloak and her face was covered with a black gauze. Although it was a bit incongruous, it was already very much like the style here. But pretending to be Yang Chen's concubine, there were still some things to do. At the very least, Gong Sunling must maintain that kind of intimacy with Yang Chen. This was not the feeling of hugging each other when Gong Sunling and Yang Chen were just spiritual awareness double cultivation, but a feeling that she was already Yang Chen's woman, completely open physically and mentally, allowing Yang Chen to be intimate with her. Between the two, they must show that there was no estrangement and a feeling of sweetness. This was very difficult for Gong Sunling. On the road, the two must quickly establish this tacit understanding, so that both of them were accustomed to that kind of intimacy. What surprised Yang Chen was that Gong Sunling quickly mastered that kind of feeling. Whether it was relying on Yang Chen to act coquettishly, or giving Yang Chen a piece of delicious food with her slender jade hand, she showed the kind of extreme attachment to Yang Chen. This was another kind of feeling that made Yang Chen's heart beat, as if between the two, they had really become a husband and wife. And Gong Sunling seemed to be more happy. After a few deliberate actions along the way, the subsequent actions were already natural, and there was no trace of pretense. It seemed that Gong Sunling was not only excellent in cultivation, but also a genius in this. When Yang Chen sighed at Gong Sunling's excellent perception, he did not know that Gong Sunling's heart was full of joy. In the heart of Gong Sunling, since she and Yang Chen's spiritual awareness double cultivation, she had already regarded herself as Yang Chen's woman. In fact, earlier, when Gao persuaded Gong Sunling to help Yang Chen's spiritual awareness double cultivation, Gao gave Gong Sunling such a title. Gong Sunling knew that whether it was Gao, Shishanshan, or Sun Qingxue, they were all entangled with Yang Chen. Yang Chen had not made a solemn commitment to anyone until now, except for Gao. However, now she had the opportunity to become Yang Chen's concubine in front of many people. Even Gao did not seem to have such happiness. When Gong Sunling was immersed in this kind of happiness, naturally there was no feeling of hypocrisy. With that kind of emotional investment, no one could see the flaws. Because of Gong Sunling's investment, Yang Chen seemed to have opened up a lot. Along the way, from the beginning of mutual acting to the later natural intimacy, it did not take too much time for the two people. After a period of time, Yang Chen's hand had been holding Gong Sunling's slender waist, and he took her slowly to fly on the sword. Gong Sunling leaned on Yang Chen's body with a face full of happiness. It seemed that she enjoyed such a feeling. Yang Chen couldn't help but be moved. His senior sister's wonderful delicate body has been leaning on his body, even an iron man would have a feeling. Along the way, with the warm and fragrant soft jade on the side, almost obedient accommodation, Yang Chen could hardly control himself. Fortunately, Yang Chen's spiritual awareness was strong enough and he could keep enough sober at any time. He knew that now was not the time to be really affectionate, but in the face of his devoted senior sister, Yang Chen finally sighed secretly in his heart, and with the force of his hands, he took Gong Sunling's waist to fly and changed her to hold her in his arms. Senior sister, give me some time. After I go back, I will report to master and marry you. In the ear of Gong Sunling, Yang Chen said this sentence without hesitation. I know I am greedy. If senior sister is not willing, just forget what I said. Fool. Sitting on the blood phantom vine flying sword, Gong Sunling was like a well-behaved kitten, shrinking in the arms of Yang Chen, with a happy expression on her face. Her eyes were closed, but her hands were tightly around Yang Chen's neck, and she didn't want to let go at all. During the flight, Yang Chen held Gong Sunling in his hands, and from time to time approached Gong Sunling's delicate face and whispered something, causing Gong Sunling to often burst into laughter, and even her delicate body would twist in Yang Chen's arms for a long time. In the eyes of outsiders, it was an intimate appearance. Chapter 7:12. After telling Gong Sunling about Wn Qian's several female apprentices, Gong Sunling did not have a good impression of Wn Qian's master and apprentice for a while. Therefore, Yang Chen directly summoned 5 maid puppets of the peak Jedan stage, which became a logical thing. Because it was related to the head of the palace and Wn Qian, the elder of the Blue Cloud sect, Yang Chen only told Gong Sunling that Wn Qian's apprentice was Wn Qian. As for Wn Qian, he did not mention it. After the appearance of the 5 revealing and charming maids, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling's extravagance suddenly became very different. Gong Sunling's exquisite ship became a flying tool for the two, and Yang Chen sat on the spacious deck with Gong Sunling in his arms, surrounded by 5 female slaves, dressed in hazy gauze, with an incomparably charming expression on their faces, waiting on the left and right. From time to time, a female slave would pick up the wine or the peeled profound young fruit and put it into Yang Chen's mouth, a scene of extravagant enjoyment. What surprised Yang Chen the most was Gong Sunling. She was even more into the role than Yang Chen. From time to time, she would hug Yang Chen and twist to ask for a kiss, or she would put the wine in her mouth into Yang Chen's mouth, making Yang Chen a burst of confusion. Accompanied by a stunning fragrant extravagance, the exquisite ship flew all the way, and soon approached Yang Chen's destination, the huge mining area. The 9 secluded iron mining area of the Demon Realm was also very famous. It was not a barren area, but many people were mining ore here, and it had already formed a small town. Because of the unearthing of the demonic weapon this time, more demonic cultivators came, but the place where the 7th metal aura leaked was not in this small town, but in a place hundreds of miles away from the north. The 9 secluded iron mining area was very huge. According to the detection of some masters, various metal mines occupied almost tens of thousands of miles underground. It was also because of this that Yang Chen was able to confirm that there were conditions for the formation of 7th metal true essence here, and it was not Tai Bai Jinxing shaking himself. A variety of metal mines belonged to the 7th metal category, and the huge distribution area, just like the 10,000 trees forest, had the conditions to produce the 7th metal true essence. As long as there was a delicate collection formation, it could easily gather the 7th metal true essence naturally formed by these metal mines to a certain point. This was the same as what the Taishanmen had done in the barren sand valley. However, the area of the barren sand valley could not be compared with that of the 10,000 trees forest and this 10,000-mile mineral vein. Moreover, the Taishanmen had only been operating for a short period of time, so it was not enough for them to gather a large amount of earth element energy. Yang Chen's target wasn't the magic artifact, at least not directly. Hence, he brought Gong Sunling along and headed straight for the small city. There were more demonic cultivators on the road, but this was already close to the small city and the place where the demonic artifact was unearthed. Even if everyone was hostile to each other, no one dared to act rashly. In particular, Yang Chen now put on a posture of playing with a beautiful woman, which was very arrogant. On the contrary, it made some people more cautious and did not dare to make any moves, for fear of provoking the forces behind Yang Chen. A young man in the early Jedan stage could even play with a beautiful woman in the early Jedan stage, and at the same time had 5 female slaves in the peak Jedan stage. This was by no means something that Yang Chen could do. Although the demonic cultivators did not abstain from women, they did not dare to touch any kind of woman. Especially if the cultivation base was the same, once the control was not good, maybe they would be countered by the beautiful woman, and the gains would not make up for the losses. And Yang Chen dared to be so bold and intimate with Gong Sunling in public, and Gong Sunling was still obedient to him, it was obvious that she had been conquered. The 5 female slaves in the peak Jedan stage perfectly illustrated this point. No one would be stupid enough to provoke Yang Chen, who was unknown and was likely to have a great background. The maids with the same cultivation base, and even higher strength than Yang Chen, were so respectful. People in the devil realm rarely believed in love, they only believed in strength. Since Yang Chen's strength was not enough to deter Gong Sunling and the 5 female slaves, then Gong Sunling and the female slaves' current performance was that they were afraid of the forces behind Yang Chen. This kind of inference was easy to form. A person with a great background, his own cultivation base was not bad, and he also had a concubine with a similar cultivation base and 5 more powerful female slaves. This kind of person was not to be trifled with. Absolutely no one doubted whether Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were disciples of the Devil Clan. This kind of behavior, except for the disciples of the Devil Clan, no one could do it. Counting on those old stubborn Taoist sects. Beautiful women would die of old age, and they would not enjoy it. Although Yang Chen and his party had made it very blatantly and high profile that they were not to be trifled with, there were still some people who did not believe this. When the ship slowly flew to a mountain pass hundreds of miles away from the small city, 2 strange and peerless figures directly blocked the front of the ship. Boy, no matter who you are, you have to pay a toll to enter the 9 secluded Demon Iron mining area. 2 guys suddenly appeared, and one of them, a fat man, shouted loudly. Of the 2 figures, one was abnormally emaciated and looked emaciated. His face was pale and he looked like a walking skeleton with a thin layer of skin on the outside. The other figure who spoke was completely the opposite. Standing there, it was clear that he was a round meatball, and the fat on his face almost buried his facial features. Both of them were wearing black robes with a white skull embroidered on their chests and backs. It was unknown which sect it was, or which big shots mark it belonged to. While shouting, their eyes were like swimming fish, looking around the hazy figures of the 5 women, and there was a burst of lewd smiles on their faces, without concealing it. When did such a rule come into being? Yang Chen seemed to not see the skull embroidered on the chest of the 2, and buried his head in Gong Sunling's chest, and asked disdainfully. This is a rule set by my old ancestor last month. The thin man continued, glanced at the women, and suddenly said, if you are not willing to pay the toll, you can use your maidservants as compensation. What if I am not willing? Yang Chen raised his head from Gong Sunling's neck, glanced at the 2 guys, and suddenly asked, isn't killing prohibited here recently? What can you do to me? Killing is not allowed, that is the rule set by my old ancestor. The fat man replied proudly, if you don't abide by my old ancestor's rule, then don't blame us for being rude. The implication was that the rules were set by them, and naturally, whether it was against the rules or not, it was up to them. If Yang Chen was sensible, he should know what to do. Sure enough, Yang Chen nodded, I know what to do. Chapter 7:13. As soon as Yang Chen's voice fell, Wn Chen's 5 female apprentices suddenly flew up, like butterflies, and with a flash, they surrounded the fat man and the thin man in the middle. The 2 of them were stunned, and the fat man seemed to see something strange and laughed. Do you want to fight? Do you know what the consequences of fighting are? I don't know. Yang Chen shook his head directly and said to the 2, so I want to see what will happen if I fight. Brush, 5 flying swords flew up and the blissful witch's array was displayed by 5 women at the peak of the Jedan stage. The combat power was so strong that it could even be compared with the 2 Yuanying stage ancestors. The fat man and the thin man were only at the middle stage of the Jedan stage. They thought that by relying on the reputation of their ancestors, they could eat Yang Chen, but they did not expect to be besieged by Yang Chen's order. The blissful witch's array was originally a demonic array. When the 5 women in revealing clothes displayed it, the charming illusions could capture people's souls. Those who had a slightly weaker will immediately have their minds taken away. Not to mention the middle stage of the Jedan stage, even if it was the middle stage of the Yuanying stage, if they were not careful, they would fall into the trap and be unable to extricate themselves. The 2 guys were lustful people, otherwise, they would not have found an excuse to embarrass Yang Chen. Once the formation was activated, the 2's eyes were instantly filled with enchanting figures. It was as if the world around them was only left with graceful images and soul-stirring moans. How could the two still be able to control themselves? They were instantly bewitched and made a fool of themselves. Gong Sunling was outside the array and of course, she also saw the 5 women's blissful witches array. She was originally an array cultivator. For such an array, in her shyness, she couldn't help but look at it more. She leaned on Yang Chen's body, but she also felt that her body was hot and she couldn't control herself. After a few glances, Gong Sunling didn't dare to look anymore. She hurriedly shrank her head into Yang Chen's arms, but her heart began to beat wildly. Even though Gong Sunling had been imagining herself as Yang Chen's concubine for the past few days, she had not truly done it. She was usually intimate with Yang Chen because Gong Sunling had already made up her mind about it, and because she was in the evil cult's territory, she had to pretend that she had no choice but to do it, but she was incredibly happy in her heart. However, the moment she looked at the blissful witches' array, she already saw herself as Yang Chen's woman. Gong Sunling almost lost herself in it. Although Gong Sunling was willing to give herself to Yang Chen, she was not willing to do it at this time and place. Under shyness, she could only shrink herself in Yang Chen's arms like a frightened ostrich, and her delicate body was trembling slightly. Yang Chen could certainly feel the trembling of the body of the beautiful woman in his arms. The blissful witches' array was passed on to the 5 women by him, and of course, he knew the power. His heart moved. It was originally a posture of 2 people hugging each other, but he lowered his head and reached the top of Gong Sunling's head. As soon as the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra was launched, Gong Sunling's mood suddenly calmed down. Gong Sunling was calm, but the fat man and the thin man could no longer hold on. As soon as the array was opened, the 2 of them even lost their desire to fight, but their eyes were confused, and they stared at the 5 women's figures stupidly, drooling, and making a fool of themselves. The 5 women did not kill them, but just trapped the 2 of them. It was Yang Chen who really made a move. The blood phantom vine flying sword was pointed on the belly of the fat man, and then the fat man directly turned into a bag of bones like his partner at a speed visible to the naked eye. The fat man's original clothes became very fat in a moment, and almost slipped off his shoulders. And the thin Yang Chen did not let it go. It was just a light touch, and the guy who was already skinny became more and more like a skeleton. Although both swords were cut on the people, the fat man and the thin man did not die. Yang Chen controlled the blood phantom vine flying sword like a finger and arm, and he could absorb as much flesh and blood as he wanted. Suddenly suffering from this sharp pain, even the most charming scene vanished into thin air. The 2 of them immediately woke up. But after seeing the situation in front of them, they were terrified. You really dare to fight? The fat man saw that he suddenly became a large pile of soft skin and wrinkled skeleton, and he almost fainted. However, the thin man didn't change much, but he couldn't move, but he could still speak. I did it, what should I do next? Yang Chen glanced at the 2 of them and asked calmly. The 2 of them have now completely realized that they have hit a big iron plate. Immediately, the thin man's tone changed. I am really sorry, it was our fault just now. You are a big man and let us 2 nameless pawns go. Please look at the face of the ancestor and spare our lives. The 2 of them had to admit defeat, and the killing intent in Yang Chen's eyes was already undisguised. The 2 of them never thought that someone could scare them to this point with just a casual glance. The people of the devil cultivator never cared about the problem of face. It was normal to kowtow and beg for mercy at the moment of life and death. Gong Sunling next to him seemed to have never seen such a guy without character in a few days. She couldn't help but raise her head and look at the 2 with disdain. The ancestor is nearby and is still waiting for us to report. We know what to say, please spare our lives. Of course, the fat man didn't dare to maintain his strength, so he added in a low voice. However, his words still reminded Yang Chen that they were the people of a certain ancestor, and that the ancestor was nearby. Ah Ling, tell me, how should we deal with them? Yang Chen lowered his head and asked Gong Sunling. He casually wiped Gong Sunling's face, like a veteran of romance. I don't like them. Gong Sunling didn't say how to deal with them, but she expressed her opinion. Immediately, the fat man and the thin man found that Yang Chen's eyes were looking at them with a more determined killing intent. Their own woman didn't like them, So they had to die. You can't kill us. If you kill us, you will break the rules. The ancestor will not let you go. The thin man was keenly aware of the crisis and hurriedly shouted at young Chen. Between life and death, there was no room for him to think more. It's not worth offending the ancestor for a woman. Who will know if I kill you? Young Chen sneered and mercilessly shattered the hopes of the fat man and the thin man. Do you really think I will follow the rules of the ancestor? The hearts of the fat man and the thin man sank to the bottom again. Then, the blood demon vine sword mercilessly pierced the thin man's throat. In front of the fat man's eyes, the thin man's body completely turned into a skeleton, and there was nothing left. Spare me. Spare me. The fat man finally collapsed and almost shouted at the top of his voice, I am willing to be your living puppet, spare me. Chapter 7:14. Generally speaking, fat people always like a little enjoyment, especially the enjoyment of food, otherwise they will not become that body shape. Although cultivators can change their body shape during cultivation, many people still like to maintain certain characteristics and natural colors, or they have to do so because of a certain cultivation method. For example, young Chen has always had the image of a strong man. And this fat man is estimated to be the former reason. Both of them are very lecherous, plus the fat man likes to enjoy. Generally speaking, this kind of person is the most afraid of death. Young Chen took a fancy to this, so he would kill the thin man in front of the fat man. The horrible scene suddenly made the thin man collapse and shouted out the last words. Living puppet? Good. Young Chen shouted, I'll spare your life. With the cooperation of the collapsed fat man himself, young Chen soon completed the initial refining of the living puppet. Living puppets, as the name suggested, were living puppets. Now Wan Chen's 5 female apprentices belong to this type. However, they are not strictly speaking living puppets. The real living puppets have their own thoughts, but their bodies are controlled by others. What is the demonic weapon that is going to be unearthed? After controlling the collapsed fat man, young Chen directly asked the question he wanted to know the most. According to the ancestor's guess, it should be a relic of a predecessor. The fat man said what he knew almost without any hesitation. In this case, he could not hide anything at all. I don't know why it is buried deep in the 9 secluded demon iron mine area. It has been attacked by the 7th metal chi for thousands of years. Naturally sacrificial refining, it is a rare life source magic tool. Listening to the fat man's narrative, young Chen's heart also suddenly relaxed. If it is just a relic of a predecessor, it should not be related to the 7th metal true essence. Moreover, the fat man did not say the 7th metal true essence, only the 7th metal chi. There is a big difference between the two. Young Chen never believes that the ancestor in the fat man's mouth can't distinguish it. Who is the ancestor? Young Chen asked again. Patriarch is Patriarch White Bones. Some people call him Old Demon White Bones. Fatty answered every question without hesitation. Ancestor White Bones is an elder of the Netherworld sect. She holds a high position and was the first to set the rule that no killing is allowed here. Rules? Does he abide by it? Young Chen sneered and asked. Ancestor has already killed many people in secret, all of them coveting that demonic tool. Fatty answered honestly. Young Chen could almost guess that this was a shady business that he had set up himself but was secretly breaking. He didn't even need to look at the Patriarch's performance. He could guess it just by looking at the way Fatty and Skinny used their power for personal gain. Have any other experts appeared here? Young Chen asked again. It was impossible that no other experts would want a demonic artifact that could tempt the elder of the Netherworld sect, a major demonic sect. I heard that Lady Fanghua of Yin Yang Demon School said that she would come over, and someone from Wuji Demon School also wants it. Fatty said quickly, but I haven't seen her appear in person. There are also some rogue cultivators who have come over. At present, the one with the highest cultivation here should be Ancestor White Bones. After asking some things about the 9 secluded iron mining area again, he felt that there was nothing else to understand. Young Chen was very direct and sent the fat man to the side of the blood demon vine and became a flower fertilizer. Keeping Fatty, although he would not take the initiative to tell others anything, once he appeared, he would be recognized by others. Maybe it would bring trouble to Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. If Yang Chen was alone, he might not care, but since Gong Sunling was on his side, of course, he would not hesitate to let Fatty disappear. The ship still swaggered in the small town of the 9 secluded demonic iron mine. With such extravagant ostentation, no one would doubt whether Yang Chen was a disciple of the demonic sect, and everyone's mind was on another thing, that was, guessing the origin of Yang Chen. With such a generous offer, the ship was by no means a low-class goods. 5 female slaves at the peak of the Jedan stage, plus a concubine in the Jedan stage, this was just Yang Chen, a small early-stage Jedan stage. He could never have such strength. The only explanation was that Yang Chen was a junior of a great man. Now everyone was guessing who this great man was. Just looking at the magnificent ship, there was no demonic energy. If it weren't for Yang Chen who had been swaggering through the city with beautiful women, it would definitely be a decent magic weapon. To be able to pretend to be so righteous in the territory of the demonic sect, it seemed to be in line with the characteristics of several old devils. Perhaps the cultivation of the demonic path had reached the extreme, and the legendary old devils seemed to have reached the realm of returning to nature and refining the demonic path. It was normal for them to refine such a magic weapon. No one dared to come forward and take the initiative to have a relationship with Yang Chen. No matter which old devil they guessed was behind Yang Chen, it seemed that they could not easily provoke him. All the old devils were extremely suspicious. Once they were mistaken for approaching him, a junior, with any intention, they would be in trouble. Because of this, Yang Chen had been very quiet and undisturbed since he entered the city, which made Yang Chen very surprised and somewhat satisfied. The less contact with outsiders, the less chance of being exposed. Although the small town was only formed because of the 9 secluded demonic iron mine, all the people were cultivators, and the facilities were very complete. It was simply a huge marketplace. From all kinds of stalls to shops to auction houses, there was no lack of one. Not only that, all kinds of high-end shops and inns were almost everywhere. Many people in the demonic sect liked to enjoy, and they often spent a lot of money for it. Some of them were merchants who did this kind of business. Yang Chen did not lose his face as a dandy young master. After entering the city, he directly found the largest and most luxurious inn, put away the ship, and went straight to the lobby of the inn with Gong Sunling in his arms. There were already 2 beautiful women in the foundation stage who served Yang Chen and brought him to the guest seat. Sitting on the VIP chair in the middle, Yang Chen shouted, "Shopkeeper, clear the place, I want to reserve this inn." "Sir, this is not convenient." The shopkeeper had been waiting inside for a long time. When he heard Yang Chen's request, he immediately showed an embarrassed expression. "There is already a distinguished guest staying in, it is really inconvenient to clear the place." "What? Are you afraid that I don't have spirit stones to pay the bill?" Yang Chen snorted coldly, and a female slave next to him directly threw a small Chenkuan bag in front of the shopkeeper. Needless to say, there must be a lot of spirit stones in it, otherwise, how could it be packed in a Chenkuan bag? Gegegage. While the shopkeeper was still in a dilemma, a crisp and sweet laughter came from inside. "Which family's young master is this? Even this slave has to be driven out." Chapter 7:15. As soon as this charming laughter came out, the shopkeeper's face showed a relaxed expression. It seemed that as long as this person appeared, there would be nothing to worry about. On the other hand, Yang Chen seemed to have suddenly changed into a different person. At first, he was full of arrogance, but in an instant, he put down his arrogant attitude. His face even showed a trace of fascination. He put on a smile and said directly, "Which sister is this? Your voice is so beautiful." His entire performance was like a lecher who had seen a beautiful woman, and he was almost drooling. Because his performance was so realistic, even Gong Sunling, who had been in Yang Chen's arms, was a little jealous. She could not help but secretly pinch Yang Chen. "Little sister, you can't capture a man's heart like this." Before the person arrived, the coquettish voice had already sounded in everyone's ears again, especially Gong Sunling. She felt as if she was being directly looked at. Gong Sunling did not expect that the other party would be so direct and even comment on her little action. Her little action was clearly seen by the other party, so the little girl Gong Sunling blushed again. A fragrant wind quickly filled the entire living room. Then, a breathtaking woman walked in from the door leisurely. She had an inviolable expression on her face. She was incomparably arrogant, but her performance was completely different from when she had just spoken. Not only was she not wearing as revealing as imagined, but she was also wearing a palace dress that was tightly wrapped. Only the waist was slightly narrowed, showing a beautiful and amazing figure. Young Chen's eyes seemed to have been completely attracted by the figure who came in. He stared at the other party's graceful figure and could not move his eyes for a long time. Even Gong Sunling, who was in his arms, seemed to have not expected that the other party would be such a beauty. Judging from the voice, no one would have thought that the other party was actually so beautiful. Such a noble temperament was completely different from the image in everyone's mind. "Why, don't you invite me to sit down?" The beauty came in and saw that Yang Chen was completely stunned, so she could not help but ask. As soon as she opened her mouth, Yang Chen immediately heard a completely different tone. If one were to say that the voice he heard outside was slutty, then the voice he heard right now was that of a saintess. "Sister, please sit." Yang Chen's performance was almost like that of a pervert. As he spoke, his body was about to stand up to welcome the guest. Gong Sun Ling pouted and held Yang Chen with both hands, not letting go, which also hindered his action of standing up. Her action, as if she was protecting her food, was especially obvious in the eyes of the crowd. "Little girl, men don't like girls who are too jealous." The beauty sat down gracefully and did not talk to Yang Chen. Instead, she smiled at Gong Sunling again and said, "You have to put yourself in his shoes at all times, so that you can hold his heart tightly." After that, the beauty's eyes turned from Gong Sunling's face to Yang Chen's face. She just glanced at him and said with a smile, "Little Lang Jun, you have 6 stunning beauties with you, but all of them are virgins. Have you reached the 3rd level of the jade cultivation method? Do you want me to dedicate myself to you?" As soon as Yang Chen heard about the jade cultivation method, his face suddenly changed slightly. This change was seen by the opposite woman, and she realized that she had guessed the origin of Yang Chen. The biggest problem of Gong Sunling pretending to be Yang Chen's concubine was that they had not done the deed of husband and wife. They were both virgins. It was relatively easy to fool ordinary people, but the real masters could still see it easily. However, the jade cultivation method mentioned by the beauty was the best explanation for this situation. The jade cultivation method was a kind of double cultivation magic, but it was a double cultivation magic that favored the man. After the beginning of practicing the jade cultivation method, the man who practiced this method must take 1 or more beautiful virgins with him, but he could not take their chastity. Women's practice would stimulate the formation of a large amount of pure yin qi in their bodies, and men relied on absorbing the pure yin qi of these virgins every day to practice. The better the aptitude of the woman who practiced the jade cultivation method, the greater the benefits for the man. Of course, since it was a double cultivation method, there were many benefits for the woman. At least one was that the woman's body and skin would get better, and she would be more attractive. In the 1st and 2nd level of the jade cultivation method, it was absolutely forbidden to have sex. Otherwise, all the previous efforts would be wasted. Only after reaching the 3rd level could one lose their virginity to practice. At this time, the woman who lost her virginity was not necessarily a woman who practiced the jade cultivation method. When they lost their virginity, there were great benefits for both men and women. The man would absorb the yin essence of the woman's body, and his skill would be greatly improved. Similarly, the yang essence of the man who practiced the jade cultivation method and abstinence was also of great benefit to the woman. Even in many cases, it was the best tonic for women to break through the bottleneck. Not only that, but the biggest benefit of having sex with the man who practiced the jade cultivation method was that the appearance was not old. This had a fatal attraction for women, regardless of their cultivation base. The other party said the jade cultivation method in a word, and then saw Yang Chen's slight shock. Her heart suddenly had an idea. Without saying a word, she waved her hands, and a ribbon flew out of her sleeve, and instantly strangled the shopkeeper's neck. She raised her hand lightly, and the 2 beauties of the foundation stage who served next to her fell down. Ka la, the sound of the shopkeeper's neck being broken sounded almost instantaneously. Then the woman seemed to have done something inconspicuous. She smiled at Yang Chen and said, "It's elder sister who was impulsive, she shouldn't have said this in front of them." The benefits of the jade cultivation method were greater for men, but it made countless women scramble for it. Especially when it was necessary to break through the third layer, the appearance was not old and the benefits of breaking through the realm were enough to make the masters of the darching stage tempted. If this news spread out, Yang Chen would definitely be snatched by countless female devils as a rare treasure. So the beauty on the opposite side did not say anything and directly killed the insider. As for the 5 women around Yang Chen, they were obviously also insiders, but it was not good to make a move. The third layer of the jade cultivation method not only perfectly solved the flaw of Gong Xuanling's virginity, but also provided the best reason for her to want to dominate Yang Chen all the time. No wonder Gong Xuanling had to stay in Yang Chen's arms, she was afraid that others would take away Yang Chen's treasure. "I don't know how to call sister." The beauty did not say anything to kill, but Yang Chen did not seem to see it. He just greedily stared at the beauty's beautiful face, looking up and down, and asked at the same time, "I'm your lowly concubine, Xiao Fanghua." The beautiful woman opposite her put on the most virtuous posture and said her name. Chapter 716. Xiao Fanghua? Yang Chen's eyes narrowed sharply, and he remembered a person, Lady Fanghua. The elder of Yin-Yang Demon School turned out to be in this inn, which was something that Yang Chen did not expect. The strength of the peak Yuanying stage also added countless variables to Yang Chen's trip. "I don't dare, I greet the young master." Lady Fanghua once again bowed slightly to Yang Chen, but her eyes never left Yang Chen's face. She asked with a smile, "How is the old ancestor?" Of course, the jade law was also a unique skill of an old devil. Yang Chen could cultivate to the third layer, he must be the descendant of the old ancestor. Even Lady Fanghua did not dare to be rude to the legendary old ancestor who was almost about to ascend. "The old ancestor is very good, thanks for Sister Fanghua's concern." Yang Chen laughed and became generous, and his eyes were no longer so lascivious. Cultivating the jade law to the third layer, in the case of several beautiful concubines around him at any time, he could still maintain their virginity. If he wanted to show a lecherous appearance, it would be a bit too much. Yang Chen immediately returned to his normal appearance. However, Gong Xuanling did not intend to leave Yang Chen's arms at all, she just hugged Yang Chen tightly, staring at the noble and incomparable Lady Fanghua as if she was looking at a life-and-death enemy. If the gaze was a knife, Lady Fanghua would have already been riddled with holes. Lady Fanghua certainly noticed the unfriendly gaze of Gong Xuanling. If Gong Xuanling was not a concubine beside Yang Chen, such a gaze, Lady Fanghua would have already killed her. To be able to make such a name for herself in the territory of the demon clan, Lady Fanghua did not only rely on the power of Yin-Yang Demon School, but more importantly, her own killing spree. "Little sister, you're only at the early gold core stage. It's really a waste of a treasure like this." However, since she was one of Yang Chen's people, Lady Fanghua did not want to offend her. She could only explain to Gong Xuanling with unprecedented patience, "I only want a night of pleasure. If you're willing, I'll do whatever you want. As long as I can do it, I won't refuse." Gong Xuanling had never thought that there would be a day when a pitilessly noble and beautiful woman, whom she had only met once, would talk to her about making love with her lover in public. Furthermore, she even wanted her to state her conditions. It was as if this matter was just a transaction, a trivial matter that couldn't be more common. If such a thing were to happen in the Dao sect, it would simply be inconceivable. Which female cultivator would be so shameless and talk about these things so blatantly? Even if it was for double cultivation, they should find a private immortal's cave. For a moment, Gong Xuanling was directly stunned on the spot and did not know how to answer. However, this situation fell into the eyes of Madame Fanghua, but Gong Xuanling was still hesitating and her heart was struggling painfully. "This inn is one of my properties. I'll drive everyone else away and make room for you, young master." Lady Fanghua stood up and no longer talked about this issue with Gong Xuanling. Instead, she followed Yang Chen's original intention and vacated the inn for Yang Chen. From the beginning to the end, Lady Fanghua did not seem to hear Yang Chen's reply. However, Lady Fanghua did not care about this. When she killed in front of Yang Chen, She had already shown her determination with her actions. Whether Yang Chen agreed or not, it didn't seem to matter so much. Although the ancestor behind Yang Chen was very scary, he was about to ascend and presumably would not have a disagreement with the Yin-Yang demon school. Moreover, although this matter was of great benefit to Lady Fanghua, it would be of greater benefit to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was only in the early Jedan stage, and with Lady Fanghua who was in the peak Yuanying stage, the unique characteristics of the jade cultivation method would make Lady Fanghua break through, and Yang Chen would also get at least half of Lady Fenghua's cultivation. Of course, this did not mean that Lady Fenghua's cultivation was directly destroyed, but her spiritual power and spiritual awareness were purified to an incredible level, and the extra part would naturally benefit Yang Chen. The difference between the two was almost close to two great realms. This kind of double cultivation could directly raise Yang Chen's cultivation to the peak Jedan stage, and it was even possible to cross the tribulation and form the nascent soul. And Yang Chen's jade cultivation method would also be promoted to the fourth layer. At the fourth layer, Yang Chen could have double cultivation with the woman he liked at will, without worrying about the restrictions of any cultivation method. In fact, when the third layer of the jade cultivation method was broken, the higher the cultivation base of the woman, the better. To put it bluntly, a master of the Darching stage might be able to take this opportunity to break through. Lady Fanghua got such a treasure now, how could she let it go to others? Fortunately, it was Lady Fanghua. If it was someone else, they might not know the mystery of the jade cultivation method. The elders of Yin-Yang Demon School were more knowledgeable in this regard than others. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling never thought that just letting Gong Sunling disguise as their own concubine, pretending to be a member of the demon sects, because of the virginity of Gong Sunling and the 5 female slaves, it would make Lady Fanghua have such a big misunderstanding. The unexpected thing had happened, but Yang Chen seemed to have encountered a fun opportunity. When Lady Fanghua arranged everything and lived in the most luxurious inn, there was no one else to monitor them. After arranging the restrictions, Yang Chen laughed. Gong Sunling never knew what the jade cultivation method was. Although the previous performance just showed her position, of course, she still had to ask clearly at this time. After Yang Chen explained the jade cultivation method to Gong Sunling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How did things inexplicably develop to this point? In the misunderstanding, Yang Chen became the delicious cake in the eyes of the female demons, and they all rushed to beg to have a night with Yang Chen. Unfortunately, the cultivators of the jade cultivation method only had this opportunity to lose their virginity, and the cultivation conditions were harsh. In the first and second layer, they had to be intimate with beautiful women every day, but they could not act like animals. If their mind was not strong enough, they would directly die from qi deviation. If there were no such difficulties, it was estimated that all the men of the demon sects would cultivate the jade cultivation method. However, it was precisely because of the harsh cultivation of the jade cultivation method that it led to thousands of years that it seemed that only the old ancestor had successfully cultivated it. As soon as the fake Yang Chen appeared and was discovered by Lady Fanghua, it was estimated that even at the risk of offending the old ancestor, she would have to taste her long-cherished wish. Not to mention the improvement of the realm after the breakthrough, Lady Fanghua could also become a master of the Darching stage. Her appearance was not old, it was enough for a beautiful woman to give up all her wealth. Chapter 717. Lady Fanghua wasn't a pervert, nor was she a rash person. Therefore, she didn't ask to have sex with Yang Chen right away. The jade cultivation technique was a dual cultivation technique. Of course, both parties had to be willing. How could Lady Fanghua, who had seen many men, not understand this? Yin-Yang Demon School was a sect that practiced yin and yang dual cultivation. All the disciples were famous for their yin and yang integration technique. As an elder of Yin-Yang Demon School, Lady Fanghua was naturally the best of the best. To deal with men and let men fall in love with themselves, Madame Fanghua compared to Gong Sunling, who only knew how to be tired of Yang Chen's body and not let go of the green little girl's experience, she did not know how many times richer. To put it bluntly, to seduce a man, Madame Fenghua's eyes were 100 times stronger than Gong Sunling, who was so greasy in a man's body and did not give a man any space for privacy. Young master, although I only ask for a single night of pleasure, I am still a pure and innocent girl. Even if young master doesn't abandon me, we have to be in love with each other. When Madame Fanghua wore the most conservative palace dress, only the most attractive line was revealed, plus the noble and beautiful face. When she said this with an inviolable expression, it really made people have a strange feeling. Yang Chen looked at the eyes of Madame Fanghua at that time. Although there were some pretended anxiousness, but what kind of person was Madame Fanghua? She had read countless people. How could she not see that Yang Chen really had such a trace of love? As long as Yang Chen was a little tempted, Lady Fanghua was confident that she could make Yang Chen fall in love with her. For a man, the happiest thing wasn't to obtain a woman who was obedient, but to conquer an unconquerable cold and beautiful woman. Lady Fenghua's behavior at the moment was completely in line with the image of a woman who could most arouse a man's desire to conquer. She was beautiful, noble, and had an outstanding temperament. She looked as pure as ice and as clean as jade. Even though her mouth was flowery, she was never pretentious towards men. As long as it was a man, he would love to press such a woman under his body and ravage her to his heart's content. Only then would he feel a strange sense of satisfaction. Moreover, Lady Fenghua's identity is noble. Yin-Yang Demon School is almost the same status as the Blue Cloud sect and the Green Jade Immortal Island sect. The status of the elder of Yin-Yang Demon School is almost at the top. Conquering such a noble woman would definitely make anyone excited just thinking about it. What made people's blood boil was that Lady Fenghua's reputation was really as pure as ice and clean as jade. Although she was the elder of the #1 dual cultivation sect in diabolism, Lady Fanghua had never been rumored to have an affair with any man. Her reputation was built by killing people. It was not known how many guys who coveted her beauty had become a stepping stone under her fame. The reason why she was called Madam was not because Lady Fanghua was already a suitable person, but because of her status and position. It was natural for those people to call her Madam. The demon sects rarely called her a fairy, but they called her Madam a lot. As soon as the words pure girl came out, coupled with this deliberate performance, it seemed that the relationship between Yang Chen and Lady Fanghua suddenly changed. It was not that Lady Fanghua wanted to push down Yang Chen, but Yang Chen asked Lady Fanghua to let her accept it. This was the strength of Lady Fanghua. She turned a matter that was beneficial to both sides, and it was something that she wanted, into a role-playing conquest game. She almost grasped the man's mind accurately. I want you to have sex with me, but you still have to beg me to allow you to have sex with me. The position of the host and the guest was reversed in an instant. Even Yang Chen could not help but secretly applaud the performance of this stunner. This cheap concubine is not a casual person. Before the young master, this cheap concubine does not dare to ask for the identity of a concubine. I only ask to be a slave and follow the young master. Madame Fenghua's words were not all, and then she said this again. She followed him around as a servant, but she refused to give herself to him no matter what. She put herself in a low position, but she did not pretend to be a virgin. She behaved like a chaste woman, which could definitely stimulate a man's desire to conquer to the point of bursting. Sometimes, the process of conquering and pursuing was even more wonderful than the result. Lady Fanghua was well aware of this, and her little means were used to perfection. If it was someone else, it would definitely be itchy, and they could not wait to immediately use various means to please her in order to get close to her. When Lady Fanghua was really like Gong Sunling, with a black veil covering her face, standing respectfully behind Yang Chen, waiting for orders at any time, before Yang Chen began to conquer, he had already enjoyed a great sense of satisfaction. Think about it, a beautiful woman at the peak of the Yuanying stage, in addition to not being able to touch her, she was obedient in other things and showed it in front of people. How proud and satisfied was that? Especially when this beauty still had a great reputation in the local area, and countless people had to look up to her. When others looked at him, what kind of envy, jealousy, and hatred would they have? What kind of vanity would it be? What kind of satisfaction and pride would it be? In terms of grasping people's hearts, especially the realm of men's hearts, Lady Fanghua was definitely at the level of a great master, and almost no one could match her. Young master, don't agree. Gong Sunling had almost played the image of a concubine whose status was threatened, and she had to brush the image of a small temperament and stubbornly spoiled concubine. After seeing Madame Fanghua doing this, the first reaction was to act coquettishly and plead with Yang Chen. In fact, Gong Sunling was really afraid that Yang Chen would really be tempted by this woman. Even as a woman, Gong Sunling could feel the great attraction of Lady Fanghua, which was by no means a few revealing clothes could compete with the other party. In the past, Gong Sunling always thought that as long as she was beautiful, she could get many people to pursue her. For example, Cold Plum Fairy Shashanshan, Dancing Snow Fairy Sun Qingxue, and even herself, including Gaou, there were many young handsome men who expressed their love, but they all refused. Now in the face of this Lady Fanghua of the demon sect, Gong Sunling really realized that even if people wrapped themselves tightly, did not show a little bit of their faces, and even did not pretend to be indifferent, they could also make men fascinated. At this moment, Gong Sunling felt that she and Gaou were greatly threatened. Why not? Yang Chen's reaction really confirmed Gong Sunling's worries, and he actually agreed to the request of Lady Fanghua. This made Gong Sunling's heart sink instantly. "Madam," Yang Chen just called, and he was interrupted by Lady Fanghua. "Young master, this slave does not dare to be called madam. Please call this slave Fanghua." Fanghua. Yang Chen immediately changed his words. "This young master wants to buy a batch of 9 secluded demon iron essence. Take the young master to see it." "Yes, young master." Lady Fanghua bowed and agreed, and then went out with Yang Chen. Chapter 718. Of course, Lady Fanghua did not really want to be Yang Chen's slave. The reason for doing this, in addition to letting Yang Chen willingly cooperate, was that there was another intention. Even if a pig was slaughtered, it had to be fattened before it was killed. Although the Jade Law was magical, it also depended on a fire. Judging from the performance of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, Yang Chen had just stepped into the 3rd layer of the Jade Law. Although he could lose his virginity at this point, the higher the cultivation base of Yang Chen's Jade Law, the better the effect would be. During this time, in addition to making Yang Chen intoxicated, Lady Fenghua's plan was to improve Yang Chen's cultivation base. With her knowledge of the peak Yuanying stage and some secret means, of course, she could see that Yang Chen was now at the peak of the early Jedan stage. As long as he could have another breakthrough, she would naturally get more benefits. Yang Chen's highest cultivation base was the spirit power of the first wood attribute, which was also the result of the nourishment of the huge first wood spiritual solution. Similarly, the wood attribute was the spiritual root attribute that Yang Chen actively showed after coming to the demon sect's territory. Whether it was the spiritual power or the flying sword, they were all of the wood attribute. If she wanted to improve Yang Chen's cultivation base, it seemed that she needed to work hard on the wood attribute spirit power and medicinal pills. Lady Fanghua had already begun to think about how to help Yang Chen improve. The current relationship between Lady Fanghua and Yang Chen was not so much a master and servant or cooperation, it was better to say that they were being held hostage and being held hostage. Lady Fanghua did not wait for Yang Chen to say yes from the beginning to the end. It was not until the situation she had just shown aroused Yang Chen's desire to conquer that she heard Yang Chen's promise. Before that, regardless of whether Yang Chen agreed or not, Lady Fanghua had secretly put Yang Chen under house arrest in the inn. With her peak Yuanying stage cultivation base, she believed that Yang Chen could never escape her control. And Yang Chen did not make any extra movements, it seemed that he had acquiesced to this situation. After all, in the consciousness of Madame Fanghua, Yang Chen still had a powerful ancestor. If it was not necessary, she would never provoke him. Yang Chen also needed to use the power of Lady Fanghua to do his own things. Therefore, so far, the two sides have been treated with courtesy and have not torn each other. Now that Madame Fanghua wanted to raise pigs and play role-playing games with Yang Chen naturally had to cooperate. When Madame Fanghua, who had always been a peerless beauty, became a slave of Yang Chen and appeared in the small town, the whole city boiled for a while. Madame Fanghua did not make her real name in the small town. The fat man and the thin man did not know Madame Fanghua, but they also heard the news of Madame Fanghua from the mouth of the white-bone old demon. Although most people did not know the true identity of Madame Fanghua, she could control the most luxurious inn, and her own peak Yuanying stage cultivation base. This woman had already made many people have the heart to steal. As for those who knew the identity of Madame Fenghua, they did not dare to have any neglect. But now the identity of the small town was almost the most distinguished woman. In less than a few hours, she became a slave of Yang Chen, and even her status was not as good as the little Jedan stage woman in Yang Chen's arms, which caused countless speculations. What was the identity of Yang Chen in the end? Without any big conflict, he made Madame Fenghua obediently become his slave, standing behind him obediently. It seemed that she still belonged to the category of letting Yang Chen do whatever he wanted. What kind of background could make a master of the peak Yuanying stage so afraid? As for those who knew the identity of Madame Fenghua, they directly began to guess the identity of Yang Chen as the heir of the Demon Lord. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain how the elder of Yin-Yang Demon School would be willing to become a slave of a junior in the early Jedan stage. The bodies of the innkeeper and the two beauties were even carried out and thrown away without any concealment. It was more and more true to some things. It should be that Yang Chen was unhappy, so Lady Fanghua personally killed the three people to please Yang Chen. No one could guess the true identity of Yang Chen, but everyone had a consensus, that was, never provoke Yang Chen. This was the mining area of the 9 secluded demon iron. The 9 secluded demon iron essence that Yang Chen wanted was almost available in every family in the Shang dynasty. However, the best quality and the highest level were still in the auction house. Madame Fenghua directly came to the auction house with Yang Chen. When the group arrived, the person in charge of the auction house almost crawled out to meet them in person, and respectfully led Yang Chen to the auction house. "Young master, here is the best 9 secluded demon iron essence." In front of the frightened person in charge of the auction house, Madame Fenghua was very respectful to Yang Chen. After reporting this sentence, she immediately turned to the person in charge of the auction house. "Why don't you take out your best 9 secluded demon iron essence and let the young master choose?" Presumptuous. Gong Sunling in Yang Chen's arms suddenly shouted, "The young master hasn't decided yet. Is it your turn to point fingers?" The person in charge of the auction house knew the true identity of Lady Fanghua. Gong Suanling's scolding almost scared the person in charge of the auction house. A little woman in the early Jedan stage dared to scold Lady Fanghua like this. But what was even more frightening was the performance of Lady Fanghua. Being reprimanded by a Jedan stage junior, Lady Fanghua did not show any anger. She actually bowed her head and apologized. Yes, this slave was arbitrary. Although he had already seen that Lady Fanghua appeared as a slave at the beginning, the person in charge of the auction house still had a trace of luck in his heart. Even if Lady Fanghua bowed her head, she would still have her own temper. He didn't expect this scene in front of him to be so shocking. For a time, the legs of the person in charge of the auction house trembled a little, and he didn't know what to do next. Should he take out the 9 secluded demonic iron essence himself or not take it out? The auction house has the rules of the auction house. Since there is something, wait for the auction. Gong Sunling continued, "Manager, when will there be an auction? When will there be an auction of the 9 secluded demonic iron essence? My young master will stay for a few days. Let me know when you are ready." "There will be one in a few days. There will be one in a few days." The auctioneer hurriedly bowed and replied. When he looked up, he suddenly saw Lady Fanghua staring at him. He hurriedly changed his words. "Tomorrow, there will be an auction tomorrow. The 9 secluded demonic iron essence will also be auctioned. Well, my young master will come to the auction tomorrow." Gong Sunling directly made the decision for Yang Chen. Then she turned to Yang Chen and said in a soft voice, "Young master, do you like this?" Chapter 719. Gong Sunling was very worried that Yang Chen would not be able to hold it. However, all this worry disappeared when Yang Chen touched her forehead intimately. Yang Chen clearly passed his mind to Gong Sunling through the spiritual awareness double cultivation method. At least he was not lost for the time being. Yang Chen used a small trick here. What he told Gong Sunling was that he was not confused by Lady Fanghua for the time being. However, what would happen in the future, he needed the help of Gong Sunling. In order to prevent Yang Chen from falling into the charm of the female devil, Gong Sunling had to do her best to help Yang Chen. Of course, the first point was to fight against Lady Fanghua and not let Yang Chen be controlled by Lady Fanghua. This opportunity is really rare. Even if I am jealous, it is also a kind of cultivation. Yang Chen clearly passed this thought to Gong Sunling. Senior sister can treat this as a battle, a cultivation. Try to defeat the enemy, maybe your mental state will improve. For cultivators, almost all of their inner demons would run through the entire cultivation process. Negative emotions like jealousy were also a kind of inner demon. Yang Chen did not exaggerate when he said that this was a battle. If Gong Sunling planted the seed of inner demons in her heart because of this, it would be very troublesome in the future. It was better to take advantage of this opportunity to overcome this negative emotion. From another perspective, this was also a very rare game. Even if it was not for jealousy as the goal, it was also a rare experience in terms of increasing knowledge. Of course, Yang Chen would not be unable to control the state of mind of a great principal golden immortal, not to mention a little peak Yuanying stage demon girl. Even if it was a great principal golden immortal, after Yang Chen killed tens of thousands of immortals, they could not confuse Yang Chen. The blood river was enough to keep Yang Chen clear-headed no matter what kind of temptations he was facing. However, Yang Chen's words could make Gong Sunling completely immerse herself in it, which would be of great benefit to Gong Sunling's cultivation. Her concern for Yang Chen would allow Gong Sunling to display a stunning performance that exceeded her own strength, and the appropriate jealous performance just now proved this point. Since Lady Fanghua wanted to play this game, and in order to give Yang Chen a sense of satisfaction, she defined herself as Yang Chen's slave. Then in terms of identity, Gong Sunling, as a concubine, had a higher status than Lady Fanghua, so such a scolding was reasonable. That's exactly what I want. Yang Chen gently pinched Gong Sunling's little nose with satisfaction and said with satisfaction. At the same time, he secretly gave Lady Fanghua a provocative look. The two were fighting, but Yang Chen had Gong Sunling as a helper, so he seemed to have the upper hand. But in the eyes of Lady Fanghua, she did not feel that she had lost. On the contrary, since Gong Sunling had such a performance, then there would be a second time. Soon, Yang Chen would find out how annoying a woman who was jealous of her man was. Naturally, she would think of his own good and obediently come to his side. Lady Fanghua was very clear about the characteristics of the raising jade law. The more harmonious Yang Chen's mind was with her, the more benefits she would get. Naturally, she would rely on this game to deepen the tacit understanding with Yang Chen. Gong Sunling, a seemingly bold and unrestrained little girl, was definitely not her opponent. Both sides had their own thoughts. Lady Fanghua felt that she had already won a small game. At the moment, she still put on a proud but respectful face, bowed and asked, "What else can I do for you, young master? Go around and see if there are any good things here." Yang Chen ordered, went out and boarded the shrunken ship, took the 6 women and Lady Fanghua, and slowly flew to another shop. Until watching Yang Chen and Lady Fanghua enter the opposite shop, the shopkeeper of the auction house softened his legs and sat on the ground with a thud. I don't know when, his whole body has been soaked in cold sweat. Although the shopkeeper was already in the Jedan stage and rarely sweated, he still sweated heavily just now. Not long ago, there was news of the birth of the demonic weapon, and there was such a mysterious devil incarnate here. It seemed that this 9 secluded demonic iron mining area would be troubled and there would be no peace. After a stroll, the small town was almost turned upside down. Yang Chen returned to the inn with Gong Sunling and Lady Fanghua again. "Young master, madam, these are some toys prepared by the slave for madam, please accept them." In front of others, Lady Fanghua was still the high and mighty Lady Fanghua. After Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were settled, Lady Fanghua came to the room of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling with a group of beautiful women in the foundation establishment stage. This row of little beauties, each holding a jade plate in their hands, but there were a lot of good things on the plate. Yang Chen glanced at it, several kinds of medicinal pills, several kinds of rare earth attribute materials, and so on. 7 orifices devil embryo pill, Xianming devil soil, etc., were excellent items needed by earth attribute cultivators, and even a few beautiful dresses were included. These were all given to Gong Sunling. It was rare for Lady Fanghua to come up with so many good things in such a short time. It seemed that she had even used her savings. All of them were given to Gong Sunling. Could it be that she just wanted to win a smile from Gong Sunling? Gong Sunling was very happy, and once again showed in front of Lady Fanghua that she was young and easy to buy. She did not use her natural beauty as a capital, and only knew how to wear revealing clothes and act intimately to seduce Yang Chen. Greed, narrow-mindedness, jealousy, all of this could only explain one thing: Gong Sunling was no match for Lady Fanghua. At least Lady Fanghua thought so. The more shortcomings Gong Sunling showed, the more it set off Lady Fanghua's understanding. Coupled with the unique attraction of being obedient in front of others, it was enough to tie Yang Chen firmly to her belt. These women were given to the young master by this slave. Madame Fanghua waited for Gong Sunling to accept the things before she continued to speak. Young master, don't accept them. Gong Sunling began to object directly. Lady Fanghua laughed in her heart. This is not allowed, that is not allowed. Which man can stand this? The more Gong Sunling wanted to hold Yang Chen tightly, in fact, the more she pushed Yang Chen into her arms. These female disciples are virgins. Today, they have taken special medicinal pills to stimulate the qi of primordial yin. It is an excellent tonic for young master's great method. Lady Fanghua appropriately showed her consideration for Yang Chen and said respectfully, "In a few days, I will send a batch of Jedan stage virgins, so that young master's cultivation will go to the next level." Chapter 720. Lady Fanghua did this completely for her own consideration. The higher the cultivation of Yang Chen's jade cultivation method, the greater the benefits she would get. In the same way, Yang Chen would get more benefits. Jade cultivation method was one of the few cultivation methods of devil path that could benefit others and oneself. However, it was not easy to cultivate. It was not easy to find such a treasure. Lady Fanghua wished that she could not leave Yang Chen for a moment. The reason why she wanted to be Yang Chen's slave was to be able to stay with Yang Chen. She said that she did not care, but she was still afraid that Gong Sunling would steal it. Before Yang Chen's jade cultivation method could go further, she would lose Yang Chen's virginity in advance. Then, Lady Fanghua's arrangement would be in vain. Lady Fanghua was a person who liked luxury and enjoyment. Everything here was very exquisite. A series of decorations. Even if Yang Chen had seen the magnificence of the heavenly court, he was still full of praise here. "Young master, please have a meal." When it was time for dinner, a pretty little maid came to Madame Fanghua to signal. Lady Fanghua immediately asked people to line up and send the dinner up. The dinner that was sent was also extremely gorgeous, with all kinds of delicacies. It was rare that in this small city, Lady Fanghua could get so many ingredients. What was more rare was that each of the delicacies seemed to contain a strong power of primordial yin. It seemed that it was a nourishing meal specially prepared for Yang Chen. And Lady Fanghua, like a dutiful maid, personally placed all the dishes in front of Yang Chen. With a sacred expression on her face, she said the words of a maid, "Young master, please eat." These are the power of primordial yin. Of course, Yang Chen tasted the taste of the dishes and was a little surprised. Even with his experience as an almighty immortal, he did not know how to make the dishes contain the power of primordial yin. These are hundreds of virgins with successful cultivation. After taking a special elixir and practicing a unique cultivation method, when the chef is cooking, it will always be added to the dishes. That's why there is such an effect. Lady Fanghua explained quickly. "It tastes good." Yang Chen nodded and picked up a chopstick for Gong Sunling in his arms. Then he threw a wine jar directly from his Chenkuan bag and ordered without looking up, "Pour the wine." "Yes, young master." Madame Fanghua did not disobey. She opened the seal of the wine jar. It was not known where she found a jade wine pot. She poured the wine in, then filled the jade cup in front of Yang Chen, and then stood by Yang Chen's side. There were at least 20 of the original subordinates of Lady Fanghua. When had they ever seen Lady Fanghua put on such a posture? All of them resisted the shock and stood there obediently, not daring to move. Even Lady Fanghua was like this, let alone them. Gong Sunling picked up the jade cup with her jade hand and took a sip. Then she looked at Lady Fanghua next to her and gave the wine to Yang Chen with her mouth. Even with the memory of the previous life, when had the cultivation genius Gong Sunling of Chunyang Palace ever been so unrestrained? Previously, no matter how intimate the two of them were, It was just hugging each other and some small movements. How could they be as direct as they were today? After swallowing the jade dragon wine that was given by Gong Sunling, Yang Chen's heart was almost intoxicated. This was given by Gong Sunling on her own initiative. Yang Chen was almost reluctant to let go. He just wanted to taste the wonderful taste of his senior sister's lips. Now there were dozens of people around watching. Even if Gong Sunling was bold, after taking a sip of wine, she did not dare to do anything more. However, Yang Chen's reaction still made Gong Sunling very happy. After their lips parted, she still glanced at Lady Fanghua intentionally or unintentionally, full of provocation. Lady Fanghua did not seem to see it. She just stood aside with a sacred face, but in her heart, she had once again despised Gong Sunling. After Yang Chen drank a few mouthfuls of wine and ate some delicacies, Lady Fanghua clapped her hands. In an instant, the melodious and wonderful music of string and bamboo began to sound. Then, a group of women with only a veil on their bodies entered and began to dance in the spacious hall. Every dancing woman had an excellent figure and appearance. Only the important parts of their bodies were covered with a transparent veil. With the dance movements, from time to time, there would be pink and curved snow exposed in front of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, which made people's blood boil. The young master's jade law also needs to maintain his mood from time to time. There are some exciting dances, please comment on it. Madame Fanghua waited for the dancer to start dancing, then she bowed and said. Everything she did was very much like a loyal servant. The jade law needed to maintain the mood from time to time, in fact, it was to make the cultivator always full of desire. This was definitely a painful torment for those who truly cultivated the great jade cultivation method. They had to maintain desire all the time. There were many women around for them to pick, but they could not show off their animal desires. It was simply torture. If it was just tolerated for a while, it was okay. But the cultivation of the jade law in the first and second stages and the third stage would take at least 100 years and at most hundreds of years. Not to mention the people in the devil path, even some of the old antiques in Taoism might not be able to persist in this situation. Therefore, Lady Fanghua met a treasure like Yang Chen. It was a miracle comparable to finding a needle in a haystack. How could she not attach great importance to it? Now Yang Chen did not take the food himself. Everything was done by Gong Sunling. Whether it was eating or drinking, it was Gong Sunling who put it into Yang Chen's mouth or put it into her own mouth. There were beautiful beauties singing and dancing in front of him. Yang Chen's meal was extremely comfortable. Fanghua, I heard that the Yin and Yang sect Sky Demon's alluring dance is unparalleled in the world. I wonder if you can let me open my eyes. After watching for a while, Yang Chen lost interest. Just some slightly open dances were not enough to move Yang Chen, so he simply proposed to Lady Fanghua. Young master wants to see the Sky Demon's alluring dance. Lady Fanghua was taken aback. The Sky Demon's alluring dance was the treasure of the Yin and Yang sect. It would not be easily used in front of others. But from the past history, as long as they saw the Sky Demon's alluring dance, no matter men or women, they would be fascinated. Yang Chen actually took the initiative to ask to see the Sky Demon's alluring dance. Not only Lady Fanghua, but even Gong Sunling was taken aback. Even if she had not seen the Sky Demon's alluring dance, Gong Sunling had also heard about the power of the Sky Demon's alluring dance. Even the Yuanying stage masters couldn't help but be fascinated by the Sky Demon's alluring dance. Don't. Gong Sunling directly covered Yang Chen's mouth, and her eyes showed a worried look. She shook her head at Yang Chen and dissuaded, don't. Chapter 721. Lady Fanghua, on the other hand, hoped that Yang Chen would insist on watching. In this way, once Yang Chen was addicted to it, he would be firmly under Lady Fanghua's control, and he would never be able to escape. The reason why Lady Fanghua didn't use force was that, firstly, she was afraid of the legendary old devil who was about to ascend, and secondly, she wanted Yang Chen to do it willingly. She had used so many methods in order to make him willingly. As long as she didn't take the initiative to use the heavenly demon's alluring dance to confuse Yang Chen, even if the old devil wanted to make trouble for her, he wouldn't have any reason to do so. Now that Yang Chen had taken the initiative to ask to watch the heavenly demon's alluring dance, he was courting death. Lady Fanghua couldn't help but be tempted. Even if the old devil was in trouble in the future, she could use Yang Chen's own willingness to do it. Yang Chen turned to stare at Lady Fanghua and scolded her with a faint smile. "Aren't you going to get ready?" "Yes, young master." Lady Fanghua looked at Yang Chen's expression. After confirming that he wasn't joking, she finally bowed and said, "I'll go get ready now." In less than a moment, more than a dozen young women who looked like ordinary people appeared in front of Yang Chen. Compared to the previous women who were covered in gauze, these women had almost no cultivation. The makeup on their faces was also very delicate and pretty. Their eyes shone with a childish light. They didn't look like experts at all. The music changed, and before the new women could start dancing, the people who had stayed here to serve bowed to Lady Fanghua in unison, then turned around and left the hall. Only Yang Chen, Gong Sunling, the original 5 female slaves, Lady Fanghua, and the new women were left in the room. The dining table had been removed, revealing an empty hall. "Young master, please comment." More than a dozen female dancers bowed to Yang Chen in unison, and then each took a position in the hall, slowly dancing along with the music. These new female dancers were not like the previous women who only wore a piece of gauze. Instead, they were tightly wrapped. Their dancing postures were very pleasing to the eye, but there was not the slightest hint of charm. It was unknown where the sound of stringed and bamboo instruments came from, but it seemed to be very neutral and peaceful. It was a kind of elegant dance. After looking for a while, Gong Suanling's face showed a puzzled expression. She really couldn't understand why the demonic's alluring dance, which made everyone's face turn pale at the mention of it, was actually like this. If this was considered an erotic dance, then what were those naked young girls dancing just now? Just when she was about to ask Yang Chen if Lady Fanghua and the others made a mistake, Gong Sunling suddenly found that Yang Chen was actually watching these dance postures with relish, without blinking. Yang Chen was someone that Gong Sunling was willing to trust absolutely, and she was even willing to bet her life to trust him. Yang Chen's performance showed that this demonic's alluring dance was not simple. Gong Sunling also suppressed her doubts and began to pay attention to those dance postures seriously. After dancing for half an incense stick of time, the sound of stringed and bamboo instruments began to slowly change, and the dancing Jedan women also had a little more ambiguous atmosphere. In the hall, there was a burst of women's tired breathing. It seemed that they were also very tired from this dance. After a while, the dancers seemed to be more tired, and their breathing became more and more frequent. On their heads and faces, some fine beads of sweat began to appear, and there was some redness on their faces. The atmosphere seemed to begin to change at this time. The dancers' bodies were tired, and their bodies also felt a little hot. The robes that were tightly covered just now were also quietly pulled open a little at the neckline, revealing a touch of white breasts and a corner of the various colored doo-doo. The body fragrance of the girls also slightly spread out with the sweat of their bodies, slowly filling the hall. The aroma billowed, and the hall was suddenly filled with an enchanting atmosphere. Even if she had been staring at these dancers, Gong Sunling did not notice when they secretly pulled up their necklines. And as the dance gradually entered a wonderful state, the dancers' necklines seemed to be getting bigger and bigger, almost revealing half of their chests. Suddenly, a dancer seemed to be tripped by something, and her body was crooked. Unfortunately, a dancer next to her may be too tired and accidentally stepped on the corner of her clothes hanging low on the ground. With a rip, the clothes of the crooked dancer were directly torn open, almost revealing half of her body. The poor dancer was almost in a flurry in an instant, trying to pull the remaining half of her clothes to cover her naked body, but the remaining half of the clothes was too small to cover at all. What was most worrying was that she had to dance along with everyone else in a flurry of concealment. Suddenly, a beautiful scene flashed by. The dancer was so anxious that she almost cried. The affection on her face was pitiful. Maybe she was afraid of the despotic power of Lady Fanghua, but she did not dare to stop dancing at all, and could only cover up secretly. But the more so, the more people's hearts were moved. When one person's movements were messy, it immediately affected others. Rip, there was another sound, and the clothes of another dancer were also torn. The whole movement was chaotic. In an instant, all the dancers' faces showed a look of extreme horror, as if they would face terrible punishment if they danced disorderly. But no one could restore the original neatness. After a few movements, the third dancer was tripped by the cloth on the ground, and her body was crooked. She fell to the side of Yang Chen, just at the feet of Yang Chen. "Young master, help me." When the flustered dancer raised her head, what was presented in front of Gong Sunling was a pear blossom with a rainy face, an anxious expression. She opened her mouth and quickly put on a few mouth shapes, but did not dare to make any sound. Gong Sunling could guess the words of the dancer by the shape of her mouth. Suddenly, Gong Sunling's sympathy was great, and she could not help but reach out to pull the woman up. The woman may have sprained her ankle when she fell. As soon as her feet landed, her body softened and she fell into the arms of Gong Sunling. Gong Sunling was quick, she held the woman, the breath of the woman rushed, it was like a ghost. She took the initiative to hug the woman's slender waist, she reached out and wiped the tears on the woman's face, she took the initiative to kiss the woman's cherry lips, she softly comforted, "Don't be afraid, I am here." Alas! Yang Chen's sigh resounded in Gong Sunling's ears. Gong Sunling's brain shook, and she suddenly woke up. The poor woman was still in her arms, but Gong Sunling no longer had the sympathy just now. She only felt that she was holding a beautiful snake. Suddenly, she pushed the woman out. Chapter 722. If it weren't for Yang Chen's sigh, Gong Sunling would even do more outrageous things unconsciously because of sympathy for the dancer. Fortunately, it was just a kiss, and Yang Chen called her back in time. Gong Sunling was still blushing. She couldn't resist the temptation in front of Yang Chen and kissed a woman of the demon sect. When she thought of this, Gong Sunling even had an urge to die. Even if she was defeated by an enemy and there was no hope for revenge, Gong Sunling had never been so desperate. She actually made a fool of herself in front of Yang Chen. How should she face Yang Chen in the future? Don't be discouraged. Yang Chen's voice seemed to ring in Gong Sunling's heart. The heavenly demon's alluring dance is to speculate on people's minds. Even the masters of the Yuanying and Dacheng stages dare not try it easily. You have done very well. Despite Yang Chen's timely comfort, Gong Sunling still blamed herself and was so anxious that her tears were about to flow down. She actually made such a fool of herself in front of a group of demon sect women. In the future, how could she raise her head in the future? Ling, this is a rare opportunity to hone your mind, don't make a mistake. Yang Chen's voice was a little more serious this time, and there was a faint majesty in his voice. If you regard me as your husband, then be obedient. This sentence was more effective than any comfort. Gong Sunling suddenly restrained her expression. After concentrating again, she looked at the field again. Yang Chen said that he would marry Jiaoyu and herself when he went back, so Yang Chen was naturally her husband. Gong Sunling could ignore other things, but she must listen to Yang Chen's words. In her subconscious, Gong Sunling thought so. Moreover, what Yang Chen said was very reasonable. The demonic's alluring dance wasn't something that just anyone could see. Although he didn't control himself just now, he had to be extra careful. It might be a good opportunity to hone his mental state. The woman giggled and returned to the group. The music changed again, and the style of the dance changed again. All the dancers took out a pink pill from somewhere on their bodies and put it into their mouths. After swallowing it in one gulp, the women quickly changed. The music was full of temptation, and the women began to moan. Along with their soul-stirring moans, faint pink smoke came out of their mouths. The pink mist quickly filled the entire hall, causing the female dancers in the middle to look a little hazy. Gong Sunling inhaled a little, and suddenly a burst of thoughts rose in her heart. She knew that this pink mist was not a good thing, so she hurriedly used her martial arts to get rid of it. After paying a little attention to Yang Chen, Gong Sunling found that Yang Chen still had that kind of expression of watching with interest. It seemed that he hadn't moved at all. Yang Chen's eyes seemed to keep sweeping over the naked parts of the dancers, which made Gong Sunling unhappy. Yang Chen's hand seemed to have once again embraced Gong Sunling's slender waist. At this moment, it was a little unruly. His fingers caressed her waist and abdomen at will, making Gong Sunling feel a burst of blush, and her heart beat like thunder. However, when Gong Sunling was changed by Yang Chen, she accidentally saw the face of Lady Fanghua standing next to her. On the face of Lady Fanghua, there seemed to be a contemptuous smile. Gong Suanling's heart was shocked, and her mind returned to sobriety again. At this moment, Gong Sunling really calmed down, and her sea of consciousness was clear. Although the dancing of these people outside was moving, and the air was also filled with an obscene atmosphere, it could no longer affect Gong Sunling. After the spiritual awareness double cultivation with Yang Chen, the powerful role of the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra finally manifested. The spiritual awareness was much stronger than her own cultivation base, and after the condensation of the highest mystery Yin-Yang Heart Sutra, her sea of consciousness was unparalleled. After being stimulated several times in a row, Gong Sunling finally woke up from the state of being easily tempted and began to clearly understand herself. She knew who she was, what she was doing here, and what the situation was now. When she understood this, everything outside naturally would not have any impact on Gong Sunling. Just this realization made Gong Suanling's spiritual awareness cultivation base rise to a small level again, and even the spiritual power of her whole body began to surge and flow constantly. In the eyes of outsiders, Gong Sunling had already mobilized her spiritual power to compete with the heavenly demon's alluring dance. Seeing this situation, Lady Fanghua laughed in her heart. How many people wanted to rely on this method to resist the heavenly demon's alluring dance, but no one could succeed. The heavenly demon's alluring dance was not aimed at the other's cultivation base, but the other's state of mind. How could it be resisted by relying on spiritual power? On the contrary, Yang Chen had been guarding his soul. Even if his desire had been aroused, he would rather touch and release on Gong Suanling's body, and he still insisted on not losing himself. This made Lady Fanghua couldn't help but look up to him. Cultivating the Jade Law, at least for 100 years, you have to endure the pain of burning desire, but you can't vent it. It was normal to have this kind of determination. Even in this stage of the heavenly demon's alluring dance, some simple aphrodisiac drugs have been used to enhance the power, but it has not reached the strongest moment. She believed that at that point, not to mention Yang Chen, even if the old devil himself came, he would also die on the spot. Fanghua, their strength is not enough, it's a little regretful. While thinking, Yang Chen suddenly opened his mouth and spoke directly to Lady Fanghua. This is already the best disciple at the heavenly demon's alluring dance under this slave. Lady Fanghua finally showed a difficult expression. It was not that she didn't want to do a better effect, but the strength of these disciples was really limited. The best. Yang Chen smiled slightly, and suddenly said with some meaning, not necessarily. Where else? Lady Fanghua smiled bitterly, and when she was about to refute, she suddenly thought of something. She widened her eyebrows, turned to Yang Chen, and asked in surprise, "Young master, you don't want me to do it myself, do you?" Yang Chen stared at the noble face of Lady Fanghua, did not speak, and just nodded silently. "Young master, why do you want to humiliate me like this?" On the face of Lady Fanghua, there was a sudden sadness, and she pleaded softly, "To dance the heavenly demon's alluring dance, I have to take a temporary dispersing pill, I also have to swallow an aphrodisiac, and I have no clothes to cover my body. I am a pure woman. Young master, do you really have the heart to let me do such a lowly thing?" A high and mighty Yuanying stage ancestor had to take a dispersing pill, temporarily limit her spiritual power, and then swallow an aphrodisiac to dance in sexy clothes. It was hard to believe. Lady Fanghua looked at Yang Chen's eyes at the moment, full of sincerity. A lady, looking at Yang Chen pitifully, just wanted to ask him not to let her dance the heavenly demon's alluring dance. Chapter 723. For a moment, Gong Sunling looked at this aggrieved face, and a trace of pleading flashed in her mind, but it was quickly suppressed. This was the territory of the devil sect. Yang Chen and she were facing an elder of the peak Yuanying stage of Yin-Yang Demon School. How credible were her words? If Gong Sunling was soft-hearted because of her words, then she was the biggest fool. Boring. Yang Chen suddenly became dispirited and yawned. "You want to play the game, but now you don't want to play it, it's really boring." Yang Chen's words, however, hit the heart of Lady Fanghua. Even if she wanted to plot against Yang Chen, Lady Fanghua would not put herself under Yang Chen and be his slave. In addition to monitoring Yang Chen, There was also a leisurely game of Lady Fanghua. People were used to being high and mighty. Occasionally changing their identity, they could flirt with a noble young master like Yang Chen and play a game of mutual conquest, which was also very interesting. Now that Yang Chen said this, Lady Fanghua could only go to the heavenly demon's alluring dance, no matter how wronged she was. However, before she left to prepare, she was taken down by two female dancers who were dancing. Looking at the excited look of the two female dancers, it seemed that they also wanted to see Lady Fanghua fall into the same situation as them. Lady Fanghua, who was always high and mighty, stood at the door of the hall at the moment, looking at Yang Chen with a face full of grievances, looking pitifully at him. In her body, there was no longer a strong and unparalleled spiritual power, and there was no pressure of a Yuanying stage ancestor. Now she, after taking the scattering skill pill, seemed to be just a weak woman. On Lady Fenghua's body, it was no longer her original luxurious dress, but it was replaced by the same one as the current female dancers, which was torn in half and could not cover her body at all. The spring scenery was exposed and looming. It was not known if Lady Fanghua had ever had the experience of exposing her body in front of a man. Anyway, at this moment, her performance was more unbearable than those female dancers. Her face was flushed, and she had an aggrieved expression on her face. Her hands kept moving around on her body, as if she wanted to stretch the torn piece of cloth that was only the size of a few palms to cover her whole body. Where was there any mood to dance? In addition to the panic, Madame Fanghua only kept covering the parts of her body. The surrounding female dancers seemed to find opportunities, and from time to time, they would take the opportunity to lift a certain piece of cloth on her body, causing Lady Fanghua to scream and hurriedly cover it. Not long after, amidst the groans of the female dancers, there was a tender and panic-stricken cry. Lady Fanghua, who was in a hurry, could not care about dancing. She could only keep moving, interfering with the movements of other dancers. After every scream, Lady Fanghua would cast a pleading look at Yang Chen, as if she wanted Yang Chen to speak and save her from such an embarrassing situation. Looking around, even if he had a heart of stone, it seemed that he could not bear to watch such a beauty endure such an insult, and he could not wait to hold her in his arms and comfort her. Gong Sunling next to him, even if she always felt that Lady Fanghua was very hateful, but at this moment, she could not bear to watch her fall into such a situation. She seemed to have forgotten to plead with Yang Chen. She just stared at the half-naked figure being bullied by the female dancers with a distressed and pitiful expression, looking at it foolishly. Yang Chen, who was next to her, did not react at all. He just watched quietly, but there was a hint of appreciation and admiration in his eyes. There was a trace of appreciation and admiration in her eyes. The masters were really different. Madame Fanghua had only been out for a long time and she had already completely fascinated Gong Sunling. Although Gong Sunling had experienced the heavenly demon's alluring dance under the reminder of Yang Chen not long ago and improved her state of mind a little, when Lady Fanghua of the peak Yuanying stage came down, she still easily confused Gong Sunling. Whether it was the cultivation of spiritual power or spiritual awareness, Gong Sunling was not the opponent of Lady Fanghua. In terms of reading people's minds, the slightly naive Gong Sunling was even less than 5% of Lady Fanghua, who had been in the demon realm for many years. Fortunately, Lady Fenghua's main goal was still Yang Chen, otherwise, she would have easily cleaned up Gong Sunling. When Yang Chen admired Lady Fanghua was also secretly admiring Yang Chen. When others saw her so wronged appearance, they couldn't help but pull her into their arms, but Yang Chen seemed to have nothing happened. He still sat there and slowly tasted the wine. The more this was the case, the more Lady Fanghua felt that she had met her match. She used all her skills to play a weak and helpless noble woman. However, what she got in return was Yang Chen's smiling and appreciative gaze. Lady Fanghua couldn't help but be a little angry. Even if Yang Chen cultivated the jade cultivation method since he was a child, he had a strong will, and he could endure the pain of burning desire for 100 years, but he was just a junior in the early gold core stage. He could actually ignore her demon's alluring dance. How could it not make Lady Fanghua angry? However, the angrier she was, the more wronged Lady Fenghua's face was. Under her signal, the other female dancers also became more and more presumptuous. Intentionally or unintentionally, They tore off a few pieces of covering on her body, leaving only a few key places and some cloth, which made her look more and more charming. As the pink mist diffused, Lady Fenghua's eyes also began to blur. It was no longer the kind of unwilling look under coercion. It slowly turned into a state of losing nature under the influence of the aphrodisiac and began to enter the realm of spiritual and physical intercourse. However, Lady Fanghua still seemed to have a trace of intelligence. In her blurred eyes, there would occasionally be a pleading light, as if Yang Chen was her savior. As long as he could save her from this suffering, she was willing to pay any price. If he could make the arrogant Lady Fanghua bow her head, it meant that the game between Yang Chen and Lady Fanghua would eventually end with Yang Chen's temporary victory. And this opportunity seemed to be available as long as Yang Chen stretched out his hand. Who? Yang Chen had been staring at Lady Fanghua closely. At this moment, he took a long breath and sighed in a low voice, "It's really powerful." With a groan, Lady Fanghua over there was finally completely lost in the aphrodisiac. A few small pieces of cloth on her body were also quickly taken away. Her naked body was hugged by two equally naked female dancers. For jade hands began to wander around her body, playing with her. Ah! A soul-stirring moan came from Lady Fenghua's cherry mouth. Her delicate body instantly became stiff, showing a breathtaking beauty. Yang Chen's eyes suddenly shot out two rays of light. This was the right time to make a move. Chapter 724. It was said to make a move, but it was not directly sacrificing the flying sword to kill. At this time, if anyone believed that Lady Fanghua really ate the dissipating cultivation pill and temporarily dissipated her spiritual power and became an ordinary person, then that person would really be a fool. Although the female dancers of the Heavenly Demon's alluring dance all looked like ordinary women, this was definitely caused by a unique cultivation method, and they would never really become ordinary people and be trampled upon. Yang Chen's move was the same hypnosis used to control Wen Qian and her apprentices. The Heavenly Demon's alluring dance was a powerful demonic art that made people fall into the center unconsciously, and then they would be at the mercy of others. However, this demonic art, like most of the spiritual awareness cultivation methods, had a flaw that could not be regarded as a fatal flaw. Usually, if such a mind-bewitching demonic art could not be successfully performed, it would inevitably lead to a backlash of the demonic art, and it would not harm others. The Heavenly Demon's alluring dance was slightly different. Although there was also a backlash, it was not fatal, but there would be a little absent-minded for a short period of time. This period of time was very short, so short that for a Yuanying stage ancestor, it may only be a few breaths. It was at this time that Lady Fanghua just moaned. With the addition of Lady Fanghua, the Heavenly Demon's alluring dance was dominated by Lady Fanghua. When Lady Fanghua suffered a backlash, others also suffered a backlash. The other female dancers were even longer absent-minded than Lady Fanghua. When the time came, Yang Chen's hypnosis was immediately launched. Even if she was in the peak Yuanying stage, Lady Fanghua at the moment could not resist Yang Chen's hypnosis, not to mention that Yang Chen's spiritual awareness cultivation base was higher than Lady Fenghua's at the moment. In an instant, Lady Fanghua and the other female dancers fell into a state of hypnosis. Yang Chen seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity and immediately asked in a low voice, "Xiao Fanghua, what is your purpose of coming here?" Using the unearthed demonic weapon as bait, I will plot against Yi Zhenxiong of the Limitless Demon Sect with the White-Bone Old Demon. Madame Fanghua almost didn't think about it and subconsciously said her destination. When do we make our move? Yang Chen asked immediately. Even the effects of hypnosis were limited in this situation. Time was of the essence, and Yang Chen had no time to consider anything else. Yi Zhenxiong has already arrived secretly. 3 days later, under the pretext of the unearthed demonic weapon, we will do it together. Lady Fanghua said quickly, but her brows were already slightly wrinkled. Seeing this, Yang Chen almost instantly removed the hypnosis, and then reached out to pull one of the naked Lady Fenghua's hands, making a move to pull Lady Fanghua into his arms. Lady Fenghua's stiff body suddenly became soft, and there was a soft groan in her mouth again, and then she found that her body was being pulled forward involuntarily. Almost instinctively, Lady Fanghua struggled hard, and then she saw Yang Chen's blurred eyes, and immediately realized that it was not good. Yang Chen's hand that was holding Lady Fenghua's hand stopped in the air, and then he seemed to wake up from a dream. His blurred eyes slowly recovered, and he gently let go of Lady Fenghua's little hand. He took a deep breath and praised again and again, amazing, amazing. At the moment when she was about to succeed, she was forced to break free by her own action, and Lady Fanghua almost regretted it to death. She was already close to the point of being counterattacked by the heavenly demon's alluring dance, and it was not easy to seduce Yang Chen, but it was destroyed by her own subconscious action. How could it not make Lady Fanghua angry? However, Yang Chen's determination was so good, which also showed that his cultivation of the Jade Law was absolutely good. As long as she firmly stared at Yang Chen, she could soon become a master of the Daching stage. Young master's determination is amazing. This slave admires you. After thinking about this, Lady Fanghua also held back her anger, and a charming smile appeared on her face. She apologized to Yang Chen. Young master, wait a moment, this slave will serve you after changing clothes. After that, Lady Fanghua recovered her inviolable temperament. Even if her body was naked, there was still a sense of sacredness, which made people's desires disappear. In a moment, the strips of clothes torn from the female dancer when they were dancing here had been cleaned up, and the person quickly disappeared. When Lady Fanghua was changing clothes, Yang Chen had once again woken up Gong Sunling. After Gong Sunling woke up, she did not expect that she would fall in the same place continuously. She had fallen twice in the heavenly demon's alluring dance, and she couldn't help but feel very depressed. Senior sister, Lady Fanghua personally made a move. There are only a few people in the entire mortal world who can resist her heavenly demon's alluring dance. Why do you take it to heart? Yang Chen did not say this, but held Gong Sunling's forehead and passed it into her sea of consciousness. I believe that after this time, it will be difficult for similar means to work on you. Gong Sunling also knew that Yang Chen was telling the truth, but she still felt that she had lost face in front of Lady Fanghua, and she was very unhappy. Yang Chen could only tell her again with his thoughts that he had plotted against Lady Fanghua once and got some news this time. It is another great opportunity. The person that Lady Fanghua and the white-bone old demon intended to plot against Yi Zhenxiong was the future sovereign of Wuji Demon School. However, at this time, he had not yet become the sovereign of Wuji Demon School, and was only an elder of the Yuanying stage. Since the demonic weapon was a bait, it naturally had nothing to do with what Yang Chen imagined, nor did it have anything to do with the seventh metal true essence. It was a false news jointly created by the white-bone old demon and Lady Fanghua. It was estimated that the white-bone old demon was now in the place where the demonic weapon was going to be unearthed, and Lady Fanghua took a large number of people to inquire about the news in the small town. Otherwise, they would not know that Yi Zhenxiong had arrived. The reason why Yang Chen said that it was a great opportunity was that Yang Chen thought of the true identity of Yi Zhenxiong. In addition to being the future sovereign of Wuji Demon School, he was also the father of Yi Yu, and also the father of Yi Yu, who was one of the future cultivation geniuses that Yang Chen had selected. In his previous life, Yang Chen had several exchanges with Yi Yu in the heavenly court, and Yi Yu was famous all over the world, and some of his deeds were also circulated. One thing that Yang Chen remembered very clearly was that his father Yi Zhenxiong had been seriously injured by the white-bone old demon and Lady Fanghua before he became the sovereign. And the news that Yang Chen got from Lady Fanghua seemed to be that the white-bone old demon and Lady Fanghua were now plotting against Yi Zhenxiong. Yang Chen did not know where Yi Zhenxiong was attacked in his previous life, nor did he know when. However, Lady Fenghua's words just gave Yang Chen the answer. Chapter 725. In his previous life, after Yi Zhenxiong was plotted against by the two, he was seriously injured and had to escape to a remote valley to heal his injuries. Finally, he escaped from danger. Although he didn't know where Yi Zhenxiong was healing, Yang Chen remembered that there was a very obvious feature in that remote valley. There was a big pool inside, which was the source of a river. And Yi Zhenxiong escaped by hiding in a hole under the pool. If Yang Chen didn't know how to use this information, it would be in vain for him to be reborn. In his previous life, Yi Zhenxiong hid in that place for a whole 10 years before he recovered from his injuries. Now that Yang Chen knew the specific time and place, he might have to leave a big favor for himself in the devil realm. Lady Fanghua changed her clothes and returned to Yang Chen's side again. After this small contest, it seemed that Yang Chen and Lady Fanghua had a feeling of mutual appreciation. It was just hard for Gong Sun Ling. She felt that she was in a bad mood. When she saw Madame Fanghua, she made a move to resist, which made Madame Fanghua secretly laugh. In fact, in the eyes of Lady Fanghua, Gong Sunling was no longer her opponent at this moment. What she was interested in now was how to make Yang Chen accept her willingly. Lady Fanghua admired Yang Chen very much for being able to stay sober under her demon's alluring dance until the last moment. Only such an opponent could make her feel that it was fun and worthwhile. If she didn't have to plot against Yi Zhenxiong of Wuji Demon School with the White Bone Demon, Lady Fanghua was even willing to play this game with Yang Chen for a long time until Lady Fanghua got tired of it. Unfortunately, it took Lady Fanghua several years just to prepare this trap. She had to make her move 3 days later. There was no room for error. Perhaps the game with Yang Chen could only last for 2 days. It wouldn't be too late to continue after he killed Yi Zhenxiong. Lady Fanghua took good care of Yang Chen. Even when Yang Chen went to bed at night, Lady Fanghua lived in a large suite with Yang Chen as a servant. This made Gong Sunling, who slept with Yang Chen, gnash her teeth in hatred. She wanted to curse the pretentious vixen. The next morning, Lady Fanghua accompanied Yang Chen to the auction house as a servant. After several rounds of symbolic bidding, Yang Chen bought a batch of the best 9 secluded demon iron essence at a relatively low price, and at the same time obtained several good materials. In order to show that he didn't care about the magic weapons, Yang Chen even left a message to the person in charge of the auction house that he would buy as many 9 secluded demon iron essence of this level. Lady Fanghua was naturally curious about the purpose of Yang Chen's purchase of these things. Yang Chen explained a little, and Lady Fanghua regarded Yang Chen as a descendant of the old devil who had come to prepare the materials for her flying sword. After staying in Lady Fenghua's luxury inn for another day, Lady Fanghua finally said that she had something to deal with first. Yang Chen also said that he would play around for a few days and come back in half a month. Lady Fanghua was naturally reluctant, but in the end, they still separated. After a little circle, Yang Chen took Gong Sunling and disappeared from everyone's sight. Even if they used the means of divine sense exploration, they could not find the whereabouts of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. Lady Fanghua rushed to the ambush site with a large number of people, while Yang Chen began to look for the valley where Yi Zhenxiong was recuperating according to the characteristics in his memory. Yi Zhenxiong was seriously injured after being plotted against, so he certainly would not escape too far from the place where he was plotted against. Yang Chen drove the shuttle, wrapped in the sea-pouring jasper cup, and after a secret exploration, it took only 5 days to find the valley. The White Bone Old Demon and Lady Fanghua had already started, and Yi Zhenxiong also took advantage of the chaos to escape. The people of the White Bone Old Demon and Lady Fanghua almost searched the surrounding thousands of miles, but they did not find the hiding place of Yi Zhenxiong. If you don't die, you have to bear the consequences. The people of the White Bone Old Demon and Lady Fanghua were not able to keep their mouths shut, and the news soon spread. The Limitless Demon Sect was not a sect to be trifled with. Since their elder had been attacked, they had to take revenge. Even the White Bone Old Demon and Lady Fanghua had to temporarily avoid the revenge of Wuji Demon School and temporarily disappear for a while. However, before disappearing, Lady Fanghua also frantically searched for Yang Chen for a while, but she never found the whereabouts of Yang Chen. She could only leave first with a sad mood. For a long time, Lady Fanghua was very unhappy. Several years of planning fell short of success. Not only did she not kill Yi Zhenxiong, but she was also retaliated by Wuji Demon School. What made her most regretful was that she had obviously got a wonderful person of the 3rd level of the Jade cultivation method, but she missed it because she wanted to plot against Yi Zhenxiong. If she had known this, she should have taken Yang Chen back to Yin Yang Demon School to cultivate in her own Immortal's Cave in the beginning. Who cares about the White Bone Old Demon Yi Zhenxiong? It is better than the end of drawing water with a bamboo basket. Thinking that Yang Chen, this treasure, would inevitably be taken advantage of by Gong Sunling, Lady Fanghua always gnashed her teeth. No one would believe that just under the eyelids of their battle, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, under the cover of the sea jasper, had come to the pool in the valley. Some things were not easy to explain, so Yang Chen could only hide it from Gong Sunling. He went to face the injured Yi Zhenxiong alone, so he could only send Gong Sunling to the first layer of the medicine garden, just in case. Fortunately, after experiencing the matter of Lady Fanghua, Gong Sunling was more obedient to Yang Chen. Yang Chen was willing to open the secret of the medicine garden space to her. Gong Sunling also felt that her weight in Yang Chen's heart was more sufficient. She was happy in her heart, but she did not say anything and listened to Yang Chen's arrangement. After arranging for Gong Sunling, Yang Chen jumped into the pool after a little preparation and began to look for the cave where Yi Zhenxiong healed. Since he was already here, how could he not find it? Soon Yang Chen stepped into the cave. Who? As soon as Yang Chen stepped into the cave, he heard a loud voice, and then a black light rushed towards Yang Chen's chest. Ding! Yang Chen moved, and the golden bell flashed on the surface of his body, swinging away the flying sword that flew close to him. However, Yang Chen did not fight back, but rushed inside and said, "Senior Yi, don't get me wrong, this junior has no malicious intent. Who are you? How do you know that I am here?" Yi Zhenxiong inside was stunned. It seemed that he did not expect Yang Chen to be able to call out his name. He was seriously injured, and the flying sword was useless, so he had to ask about the origin of Yang Chen. Who this junior is, senior doesn't have to worry about it. Yang Chen did not intend to tell his real name to Yi Zhenxiong, but continued to ask, "Senior seems to be seriously injured. This junior has a good healing medicine here. I don't know if senior dares to use it." Chapter 726. Hearing that Yang Chen finally revealed the fact that he was seriously injured, Yi Zhenxiong inside could no longer support it. He was holding on and pretending that he was fine. He used the flying sword attack to no avail, but he was injured. At this moment, his mood tightened and he spat out a mouthful of blood and he fainted. Yang Chen hurriedly rushed in, first broke the restriction of Yi Zhenxiong, and then added another restriction himself, so as not to be found by the white-bone old demon and Lady Fanghua. Then he began to explore Yi Zhenxiong's injury. This time, the white-bone old demon and Lady Fanghua tried their best and planned for several years before they lured Yi Zhenxiong into the trap. Although Yi Zhenxiong found out that it was not good and escaped in time, he also suffered a very serious injury. Yang Chen found out that it was not good and immediately found that it was not good. The injury on the injury, and if he delayed for a moment, Yi Zhenxiong's life would not be guaranteed. Yang Chen hurriedly made 1,000-year-old ginseng and turned it into ginseng liquid in the profound spirit furnace. He first poured it into the mouth of Yi Zhenxiong to hang on to his life. Yi Zhenxiong woke up slowly, and a slightly bitter taste in his mouth made him quickly understand what happened. With Yi Zhenxiong's knowledge, of course, he knew that the taste in his mouth was the taste of the 1,000-year-old ginseng, and his attitude towards Yang Chen also changed rapidly. In the case of just fainting, if Yang Chen wanted to kill him, it was simply easy, and there was no need to use any tricks. From this point alone, Yi Zhenxiong could judge that Yang Chen was a friend rather than an enemy. The ginseng liquid just hung on to his life, but it did not treat the injury. With such a serious injury, Yi Zhenxiong himself was very clear that Yang Chen appeared to save him. There must be conditions. In the demon sect, there had never been a case of two people giving each other such a huge gift even though they had never met before. One who is unaccountably solicitous must be hiding evil intentions. This logic was very applicable regardless of whether it was the demon sect or the Dao sect. Since Yang Chen wasn't showing goodwill for no reason, then he must have some sort of request. Yi Zhenxiong was straightforward. He endured the pain and asked, "What do you want to exchange your medicine for?" "Nice." Yang Chen praised. He was not pretentious and directly said, "In exchange for a favor and a disciple." Yi Zhenxiong could understand that he owed a favor, but what did he mean by asking for a disciple? Yi Zhenxiong still didn't understand. He immediately asked doubtfully, "You want the life of one of my disciples?" "What do I want your disciple's life for?" Yang Chen couldn't help but smile. If you want to kill someone, isn't it better to kill his master than his disciple? The implication was that Yang Chen could kill Yi Zhenxiong now. Why did he have to kill his disciple? This made Yi Zhenxiong even more puzzled. He could only continue to ask, What do you mean by this disciple? I want to accept one of your sons as my disciple. Yang Chen no longer hid and said it directly. My son. Yi Zhenxiong couldn't help but laugh out loud. This laughter caused his injury, causing him to cough and spit out half a mouthful of blood. I am alone, how can I have a son? Not now, but not in the future. Yang Chen put on a mysterious posture and said very mysteriously, one day when you have a son, I want your son with a 7-star mole on his foot to be my disciple. At that time, I will personally come and take him away. At the same time, you have to return the favor. Who are you? Yi Zhenxiong couldn't help but be curious about Yang Chen's strange request. Senior, you don't need to know who I am. You will know when the time comes. Yang Chen didn't plan to tell Yi Zhenxiong his true identity at this time. The Tao and the demonic path couldn't coexist. If Yang Chen wanted to accept a disciple from the demonic path, who knew if Yi Zhenxiong would object in the future? Deal. Yi Zhenxiong was abnormally straightforward. He couldn't help but be straightforward. In a situation where his life was at stake, if someone gave him medicine, he would definitely owe them a favor. As for a son with a 7-star mole on his foot, it was hard to say if he would have a son in the future. Could the person in front of him predict what would happen in the future? In the current situation, not to mention a son who might not exist in the future, even if he had a son now, he would agree. Moreover, Yang Chen didn't want to kill his son. He just wanted to accept him as a disciple. Why would he disagree? Great Heart Demon Oath. Yang Chen didn't even raise his head and said directly. When dealing with people from the demonic path, credibility was unreliable. Only the Great Heart Demon Oath could make them feel fear. The demonic path cultivators were more afraid of the Heart Demon Oath than the Daoist path cultivators. When I return the favor, I can't harm the interests of my sect. I can't hurt my family. Although Yi Zhenxiong was a rogue, he couldn't help but consider when facing the Great Heart Demon Oath. When the time comes, I just want you to accompany me to a place and help me once. Faced with Yi Zhenxiong's worries, Yang Chen immediately gave a specific request. Yi Zhenxiong didn't need to consider this request. It was a life-saving favor. It was definitely worth it to help him once. Without another word, he solemnly swore the Great Heart Demon Oath. Just as Yi Zhenxiong finished his oath, Yang Chen threw a jade bottle to him. There were 2-second revolution Lingji mushroom jade pills in the jade bottle, which had excellent healing effects. 2-second revolution Lingji mushroom jade pills. One was enough to stabilize Yi Zhenxiong's current injuries, while the other 2 could make Yi Zhenxiong's injuries recover in the shortest time possible. However, even so, he would need at least 1 to 2 years to fully recover. After all, this time, Yi Zhenxiong's injuries were too serious. Previously, he needed 10 years to fully recover. Now, he only needed 2 years at most, which was already a great improvement. Yi Zhenxiong picked one up without hesitation and put it into his mouth. As soon as the Lingji mushroom jade pill entered his mouth, it turned into a warm current and flowed directly into Yi Zhenxiong's limbs and bones. It warmed the injured organs and slowly stabilized the injury. Yang Chen waited until Yi Zhenxiong went through 36 cycles. After dozens of days, the injury was completely stabilized. Then he asked, Senior Yi, this younger generation junior has one thing to ask, and I hope that the senior will tell me the truth. You say. How could Yi Zhenxiong refuse Yang Chen's question at this time, and let Yang Chen ask? Senior can find such a secret place to heal, I think you must be very familiar with the surrounding terrain. Yang Chen first flattered a sentence, and then began to ask, I don't know if the senior knows, in the mining area, is there any place where the 7th metal qi is extremely strong? Taishang Laojun only said that the 7th metal true essence was in this place, but did not say the specific location. Yang Chen could only look around. And Yi Zhenxiong, the indigenous people of the demon sects, should naturally be more familiar with the terrain here than him. It was just right to ask. The 7th metal qi is extremely strong. After Yi Zhenxiong closed his eyes and thought for a moment, he said, that is only in the bottom of the mine. Chapter 727. There was a huge 9 secluded iron mine here, and there were countless mine caves. The mine caves were different, and some had many layers. Yi Zhenxiong said that there were several locations with at least 7 layers of mines. The more underground, the thicker the 7th metal qi, because various metal resources were also very well distributed here. If this was the case, it was not worthy of Yang Chen's attention. However, the several mines that Yi Zhenxiong said were mines with tens of thousands of years of history. There were several mines that were too strong because of the 7th metal qi. Except for some metal attribute cultivators who could go in, others did not dare to enter it at will. There were even 1 or 2 mines that had already stopped mining, because people with metal attributes did not dare to go down at will. These places were worthy of Yang Chen's careful investigation. With the last incident of the first Wood True Essence Solution Lake, Yang Chen also understood that when the spiritual power was rich to a certain extent, it could also kill people. After learning this news, Yang Chen did not stay here. This place was still left for Yi Zhenxiong to retreat and heal. When the two came out of Yi Zhenxiong's healing place, Lady Fanghua had already hidden somewhere. Yang Chen was also happy that no one swept his eyes and looked for the 7th metal true essence. With the scene of Lady Fanghua being a slave in the city before, there were few people in this mining area who did not know Yang Chen. No matter who saw Gong Xuanling's ship, they either respectfully said hello or avoided far away, which also saved a lot of trouble for the two. Exploring the mine, Yang Chen was of course with Gong Xuanling. After this disguise as Yang Chen's concubine, Gong Xuanling and Yang Chen were closer than ever. Whether there were people or not, Gong Xuanling liked Yang Chen to fly with her in his arms. This was the territory of the Demon Gate, so naturally, no one would use the rules of Taoism to condemn Gong Xuanling's behavior. Yang Chen was also happy that Gong Xuanling liked him. Every time, he would be more intimate with Gong Xuanling. From time to time, he would say a few jokes and sweet words to coax Gong Xuanling until she was beaming with joy. She had not stopped smiling along the way. The nearest mine was not far away, but no one was mining anymore. Yang Chen and Gong Xuanling didn't encounter any obstacles and easily entered the mine. As Yi Zhenxiong said, there were several layers of mines here. After entering a layer, each layer down, the Gungjin gas became denser. In the lowest level of the mine, it was almost full of rich Gungjin gas. The Gungjin magic weapon had already been prepared. Yang Chen didn't have time to use it and easily reached the bottom. To Yang Chen's disappointment, the Gungjin gas here was indeed strong, but it was not the aura of the Gungjin true essence. On the contrary, Gong Xuanling's mountain river geographical map had some abnormal changes. In the quenching of the life source magic weapon, it was usually not available. Once it was used, it would be a waste of all previous efforts. However, the mountain river geographical map spontaneously began to absorb the strong Gungjin gas here. The traces of Gungjin gas quickly condensed into a small stream and flowed into the mountain river geographical map. It was not known how it was stored in the mountain river geographical map. This was an unexpected surprise. Gong Xuanling soon noticed the changes in the mountain river geographical map. It seemed that after absorbing the strong Gungjin gas, these Gungjin gas directly drilled into the soil layer of the mountain river geographical map, which also coincided with the pattern of earth producing gold. Gong Xuanling was happy, and Yang Chen was even happier. Now even if it was not to find the Gungjin true essence, Yang Chen would go to these places again. He went to several mines that Yi Zhenxiong said in a row. Every time he came with expectations, he was disappointed. The Gungjin gas was indeed very strong, but it was still not the Gungjin true essence. On the contrary, Gong Xuanling's mountain river geographical map had absorbed a lot of Gungjin gas. According to Gong Xuanling, the geographical map had become a bit more solid. Some mines also had demonic cultivators practicing inside. However, few people have full trust between demonic cultivators. Most of them use a magic weapon to absorb enough Gungjin gas when they are mining, and then go to a safe place to refine these Gungjin gas into medicinal pills or indirectly absorb them. Few people will practice in the mine for a long time. Some people will sell these Gungjin gas directly. Yang Chen has seen this kind of transaction in the market of a small town. At that time, he didn't know the source of these Gungjin gas. Now that he saw this, he also figured out what was going on. However, with Gong Xuanling's mountain river geographical map, the efficiency of absorbing the Gungjin gas was not generally strong, and it even caused other people's magic weapons to be unable to absorb a little Gungjin gas. Those who absorbed the Gungjin gas, after seeing Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, did not dare to say anything more. They could only admit that they were unlucky and obediently gave up the mine. Fortunately, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling only entered each mine once. After they left for a day or two, the mine would naturally recover the overflow of Gungjin gas, and those people would not be able to absorb it again. After all the mines pointed out by Yi Zhenxiong, Yang Chen chose to give up. There was no aura in the mine that was Gungjin true essence. All of them were just ordinary Gungjin gas. In addition to the mountain river geographical map, there was no help for Yang Chen. Not in any of these mines, Yang Chen couldn't think of where the Gungjin true essence left by Li Changeng was for the time being. When he was discouraged, Gong Sunling suddenly found something and said strangely, "Yang Chen, look at these mines, if you connect them, it seems to be a circle." The mountain river geographical map would record the terrain of the places that Gong Sunling walked through, so it was easy for Gong Sunling to see the distribution of these mines from the mountain river geographical map. When Gong Sunling said this, Yang Chen suddenly became interested. After pondering for a while, he suddenly asked, "Since these mines are connected to form a circle, what is in the circle?" Her mind was immersed in the mountain river geographical map, and soon Gong Sunling replied, "In the circle, there are several mountains connected together." After saying this, Gong Sunling continued to immerse her mind in the picture for a while, and said again, "It is 5 mountains connected together, converging from 5 directions. The place where they converge is the center of the circle." After hesitating for a moment, she said, "It seems like what?" Yang Chen asked hurriedly. "It seems that these 5 mountains are a whole piece." Gong Sunling finally recovered her mind from the mountain river geographical map and replied with certainty, "5 directions, a whole?" Yang Chen reached out and pulled Gong Sunling, pulled her into his arms, and quickly flew into the air. After a while, they arrived over the 5 mountains that Gong Sunling said. Looking down at the mountains that were distributed in 5 directions, Yang Chen released his spiritual awareness. After a while, he smiled and said, "It really is a whole piece." Chapter 728. Li Changeng still left a set of secret arts to open the blockade of the 7th metal true essence. Yang Chen finally knew where to use it. The intersection of the 5 mountain peaks was the control point. Without any effort, Yang Chen flew to the top of the mountain with Gong Sunling. Looking down at the hard rock under his feet, Yang Chen suddenly said to Gong Sunling, "No matter what happens, don't leave my side." Gong Sunling nodded quietly and said nothing. She knew that Yang Chen must have found something to say so. She never doubted Yang Chen. A series of complex secret arts were cast on the top of the mountain. For a while, there was no reaction, which made Gong Sunling very puzzled. What was Yang Chen doing? Wasn't it a waste of true essence to cast a secret art on the top of a mountain? However, Yang Chen did not have the slightest intention of joking. He was still seriously casting the secret arts. Before and after the same secret art, Yang Chen played it 3 times. It took more than an hour before he stopped. Holding Gong Sunling's delicate body, Yang Chen retreated at least a few dozen feet, but he always stood on the ground and did not have the slightest intention of flying. This made Gong Sunling even more strange, but with Yang Chen's words first, she just silently cooperated with Yang Chen and did not say a word. Not only was Gong Sunling puzzled, but the guy who had been secretly paying attention to Yang Chen's whereabouts was even more puzzled. Why did Yang Chen cast 3 secret arts on the top of this mountain? Was he playing with people? But looking at Yang Chen's serious look, it did not seem that he was joking. The person in the dark had to bear it. He wanted to see what Yang Chen was doing. Almost after waiting in the same place for more than an hour, even the guy who was secretly peeping couldn't help but rush out to find trouble with Yang Chen several times. Suddenly there was a thunderous roar under the ground. Listening to this roar, everyone suddenly became spirited. Gong Sunling looked at the top of the mountain under her feet with some uncertainty. It seemed that she still couldn't believe it. As for the guy who was waiting in the dark, he almost rushed out. A series of roars came from the depths of the ground. It seemed that the place where the sound was made was getting closer and closer to the ground. This strange scene could only explain one thing, that is, there must be some mechanisms or restrictions here that others don't know but Yang Chen knows. Yang Chen was calm and unruffled, he was not in a hurry, and even pulled Gong Sun Ling to sit on the top of the mountain to enjoy a few delicious dishes. 5 female slaves at the peak of the Jedan stage served him attentively. Life was very comfortable. What was strange was that after coming here, Yang Chen did not use any magic weapon, the flying sword, nor did he use any spiritual power. Whether he was walking, sitting, or lying down, he was on the ground and had never left the ground to fly. The rumbling sound seemed to be in the depths of the ground. Although the sound coming little by little was getting closer and closer, it still sounded far away. Yang Chen did not have the slightest intention of being anxious at all, and he had been waiting slowly. Such a performance made those guys hiding in the dark scratch their ears and cheeks one by one, and they were impatient. If the final answer had not come out yet, almost a few of them would not have been able to hold back and rushed out to kill Yang Chen. With the rumbling sound of the underground, it was another full day and night, and everyone finally waited until the rumbling sound was extremely close to the ground. At this moment, Yang Chen stood up and took the 5 female slaves back into the dome hall. His left hand held Gong Sunling and he quietly stared at the area where the sound came from. Without Yang Chen's reminder, Gong Sunling had naturally noticed that area. However, Yang Chen reminded her not to use her spiritual awareness to explore it. Gong Sunling was also obedient and did not send out any spiritual awareness. She just looked at it with her eyes. Boom, above the ground, at the place where the 5 peaks meet, a big square hole suddenly broke open. Below the hole, there was a square passage, leading all the way to the underground, and it was not known how deep it was. But judging from the day and night of waiting, it was by no means a short distance. Ha 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 ha. A burst of complacent and wild laughter suddenly came from a certain direction, and dozens of people appeared in the surroundings. At least half of them were masters of the Yuanying stage, and the others were also masters of the Jedan stage. However, before this arrogant and complacent laughter could reach the ground, an aura suddenly rushed out from the big hole in the ground. Along with this aura, there was also a huge shockwave that swept in all directions mercilessly. Yang Chen and Gong Sunling stood in the same place, and the violent shock wave swept over their bodies, but there was no effect. But the figures who suddenly rushed out were not as lucky as the two. The figures who flew out on the sword, whether it was a flying sword or a magic weapon, all the magic weapons outside were turned into ashes after being swept by the shockwave. The destruction of the magic treasures caused a series of screams to ring out. Among the dozens of people who came out, only a few were standing on the ground. Everyone else, without exception, fell from the sky. That was not all. They thought that as long as they used their spiritual power to protect their bodies in time, with their gold core and nascent soul cultivation, they could easily land. However, they did not expect that once the spiritual power was released, it was like a clay ox entering the sea. No one could support their bodies in the air, and they all fell heavily. His wild laughter only lasted for half a second before it turned into a chaotic scene. The guy who laughed felt that he had lost face and stopped laughing in embarrassment. This is the reason why Little Lord came to the 9 secluded demonic iron mine, right? The one laughing maniacally was a skeleton-like fellow. Combined with the previous information, Yang Chen recognized him almost immediately. Ancestor White Bones. Yang Chen said the name as if he wanted to confirm it. It's me. The White Bones old demon smiled proudly and glanced at the guys who were climbing up in a mess next to him. He faced Yang Chen again and asked ambiguously, Little Lord, after playing with Lady Fanghua for a few days, did you enjoy the wonderful taste of her? Yang Chen did not answer, just looked at the White Bones old demon coldly. The White Bones old demon didn't care about Yang Chen's gaze. He just said, I have always wondered why Lady Fanghua would have time to accompany a junior to play here. It turns out that there is such a good thing. What is in this cave? The White Bones old demon saw that Yang Chen had not spoken, and asked with a smile, magic weapon? Or magic iron essence? Secret plane? If Little Lord tells me frankly, we will write off the matter of you killing my disciple, how about it? Chapter 729. The Whitebone old devil pointed out that Yang Chen had killed his disciple and Yang Chen was not surprised. The fat man and the thin man were in that direction, and Yang Chen was also coming from that direction. It was easy to find him. Yang Chen never intended to hide it. Even if the white-bone old devil said this now, Yang Chen did not panic at all. It seemed that killing a few insignificant people was a trivial matter not worth mentioning at all, even if these people were the disciples of the white-bone old devil. Such a performance, in the eyes of the white-bone old devil, confirmed the speculation that Yang Chen was a descendant of a certain demonic path ancestor. In fact, Lady Fanghua was not someone who could be served by just anyone. This has fully explained that Yang Chen's identity is not ordinary. People with such a background, not to mention killing a few of his disciples, it was estimated that the white-bone old devil would not be surprised at all. He said this just to have a bargaining chip, not to embarrass Yang Chen at all. If you want to know what it is, won't you know when you go in and see? Yang Chen smiled coldly, ignoring the so-called deal of the white-bone old devil. The white-bone old devil himself was also a cautious person, otherwise he would not have endured until now. Yang Chen's words were obviously to let him in. Who was the old devil? How could he be so easily fooled? However, before the old devil could say anything, a few of the people he had brought with him could no longer hold themselves back and flew toward the square hole. Their speed was even higher than the realm they had displayed so far. Bold. The white-bone old devil was furious for a while. Did these guys even ignore his own instructions and want to rush in and swallow it? With a loud roar, white-bone old demon swung his hand, and a long bone whip flew out of his hand, directly wrapping around the waist of the nearest two guys who were rushing to the entrance of the cave. The two people didn't even have time to scream before they were broken into 4 sections by the bone whip. Blood gushed out from the wound, and was instantly absorbed by the white-bone whip. What surprised white-bone demon was that this bloody suppression did not scare the surrounding people. Instead, there were more and more people rushing towards the entrance of the cave. Traitor! The white-bone old demon yelled, but he did not notice that at the beginning, almost all of them were Jedan stage masters, and now 1 or 2 Yuanying stage ancestors had joined them. In a fit of rage, Ancestor White Bones swung her white bone whip wildly. She had already caught 4 or 5 of her disobedient subordinates and absorbed their blood essence. However, the subordinates around her were getting more and more unbridled. They were all flying towards the square hole. The few at the front had even disappeared without a trace, and even their divine senses could not detect them. White Bone Old Demon, who had been cautious, suddenly felt that something was wrong. He was about to fly away, but it was too late. A strong suction force came from the entrance of the cave. It seemed to directly control his divine sense, and then it pulled his body towards the entrance of the cave. No matter how the White Bone Old Demon struggled, this powerful force did not break free at all, but it became more and more powerful. At this point, the White Bone Old Demon finally realized that those guys who rushed towards the cave entrance were not greedy at all, but they were involuntarily pulled towards the cave entrance by this force. It's just that no matter how hard the White Bone Old Demon thought, he couldn't understand why this force only pulled his people, but Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, who were not far away, had no effect. Perhaps, Yang Chen still has some key magic weapon in his hands, so he was not affected. Thinking of this, the White Bone Old Demon regretted almost crying. Why didn't he hold back? As soon as the hole was opened, if he waited a little longer, wouldn't he be able to follow Yang Chen smoothly? No matter how much he regretted, it was useless. No matter how much the White Bone Demon struggled, it was useless in the face of the strong suction from the hole. He could only fly towards the hole involuntarily, and he couldn't even make a sound. White Bone Old Ancestor, you didn't keep your promise. Just at the moment when the White Bone Old Ancestor disappeared into the hole, there was a loud shout from a farther place. The form of the White Bone Old Demon was almost no different from rushing in and plundering after suppressing his disobedient subordinates, at least from a distance. Immediately, someone appeared again and shouted at the White Bone Old Demon. Not only did they shout, at least a dozen people flew up without hesitation and flew towards the hole. That posture, it was almost like they wanted to rush in and explain to the White Bone Old Demon. Gong Sunling also found a few people peeping around, but did not expect there to be so many. After a while, there were already 60 or 70 people rushing into the hole. Looking at this scene, Gong Sunling didn't know what to say. Were these people all stupid? Yang Chen, who obviously knew the inside story, didn't care. They were rushing to enter the cave first. Weren't they afraid that there were powerful restrictions inside? The situation of those people being pulled into the hole, Yang Chen has been watching it. Yang Chen did not forget that when he collected the first wood true essence spiritual solution last time, as long as he explored with his spiritual awareness in the pool, he would be pulled into the first wood true essence spiritual solution by the formation there. The principle of storing the seventh metal true essence and the first wood true essence was similar. Those people hurriedly explored with their spiritual awareness. That was the road to death. As long as it was a cultivator, they couldn't help but get used to using their spiritual awareness. At least the scope of the exploration of spiritual awareness was much wider than their own field of vision. In this situation, unless someone warned them, everyone's reaction was the same: they would use their spiritual awareness to explore. If it weren't for Yang Chen's warning in advance, Gong Sunling might have used her spiritual awareness to explore. Watching this group of people disappear into the square hole again, Yang Chen looked around, then intentionally or unintentionally showed a smile in a certain direction, and then hugged Gong Sunling and said, let's go in too. The figures of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling slowly walked to the hole. Yang Chen looked down at the dark hole and did not hesitate to hug Gong Sunling and jump in. Until there was no one on the top of the mountain, in a farther place, the figure of Lady Fanghua slowly appeared, looking in the direction of the top of the mountain, frowning. The square hole on the top of the mountain had been there for half an hour, then it slowly closed. The entire top of the mountain was restored to its original appearance. If there were not a few broken corpses, no one would believe what had just happened here. Chapter 730. As soon as they entered the hole and fell down, Yang Chen released the golden bell and enveloped himself and Gong Sunling in it. The magic weapons Yang Chen received in the Dragon Palace treasure house were very interesting. Among the 9 magic weapons, there was a complete set of 5-element magic weapons. Gong Sunling's Mountain River geographical map was a magic weapon of the earth attribute, and Yang Chen gave his master 2 dragon horns. One was of the water attribute and the other was of the fire attribute. Among the rest, Yang Chen studied it carefully. The gourd that could hold all kinds of liquids was a magic weapon of the wood attribute, and the golden bell was a pure metal attribute magic weapon. Originally, Yang Chen also prepared a flying sword of the 7th metal attribute, but in a hurry, the material was not the top, even the dome hall could not be compared. At one time, Yang Chen was also prepared to use the dome hall as a tool to collect the 7th metal true essence, but after carefully studying the golden bell, Yang Chen still chose the golden bell. The magic weapon of the dragon clan, although Yang Chen was now only recognizing the owner and sacrificially refining the first layer, the power of the golden bell was rare even in the spiritual world for Yang Chen. It was natural to deal with some 7th metal true essence. Gong Sunling must not have a magic weapon to protect her body, so Yang Chen also protected her in it. Once there was any danger, he could immediately receive it into the medicine garden. However, this kind of big scene, it would be a pity not to let Gong Sunling see it, so Yang Chen still took the risk to protect Gong Sunling and fall down. Before, he didn't let go of his spiritual awareness because he was afraid of being dragged in. Now that he has taken the initiative to come in, he didn't talk about letting go of his spiritual awareness. Both of them completely let go of their spiritual awareness and explored everything in the cave. It was said to be a cave, but in fact, it was more appropriate to describe it as a deep well. After Yang Chen and Gong Sunling jumped in, they still hadn't reached the bottom. However, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling could already detect the bottom of the well. The well was several thousand meters deep. Relying on the gravitational force, the speed at which the two of them fell was extremely fast. Soon, the two of them fell into a clump of liquid. Yang Chen knew that this liquid was the same as the liquid above the first wood true essence spiritual solution. It was used to buffer and he would not panic after falling in. Under Yang Chen's comfort, Gong Sunling also entered the liquid safely. In fact, Gong Sunling had been in Yang Chen's arms the whole time, her arms tightly wrapped around Yang Chen. Although he said that he wasn't nervous, he was still a little scared to suddenly enter such an unknown place. It's all right. Close to Yang Chen, Yang Chen could certainly perceive the tension of the beauty in his arms and whispered to comfort her. Then the two of them fell into a huge space. A pure to the extreme Gengjin aura suddenly came to the face. The white bone old ancestor and several Yuanying stage masters who had fallen before were still struggling, but they were not pure metal attribute cultivators. In this huge seventh metal true essence, they couldn't support it for a long time. Just in front of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, several Yuanying stage masters were blown up by the seventh metal true essence, and then the white bone old ancestor who had the highest cultivation base fell the last, but he did not support it for too long. Under the gaze of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, he turned into a pile of flesh and blood debris, and then disappeared without a trace. After plotting against Yi Zhunxiong of Limitless Sect, White Bone Old Demon and Lady Fanghua both disappeared, giving the impression that they were afraid of Limitless Sect's revenge and had run away. No one knew that in the blink of an eye, the old devil had begun to secretly watch Yang Chen and Gong Suanling's movements. In the small town of the mining area, Lady Fanghua was not known to many people except her own people. The people in the town only knew that Lady Fanghua was not to be trifled with. But the old devil knew Lady Fanghua very well. Yang Chen and Lady Fenghua's actions in the small town were not hidden from the old devil's eyes and ears. How could the white bone old demon not pay attention to a character who could make Lady Fanghua so careful and afraid? When Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were looking for the seventh metal true essence, the white bone old demon took people to spy on them in secret. He thought that with his Yuanying stage cultivation base, Yang Chen and Gong Sunling could not find him at all. The white bone old demon, who was at the top of the demon sects, never dreamed that he would end up like this. Not to mention his death, he also ended up with a broken body. Even a broken body was not enough to describe it, it could be described as broken bones and scattered ashes. Of course, Yang Chen didn't care what the end of the white bone old demon was. Entering here, without a metal attribute spirit root, without a powerful magic weapon and cultivation base, there was basically no exception. Perhaps the masters of the Darching stage could be spared, but the white bone old demon was obviously not in this range. The space where the two were now was very large, it was larger than the space where the first wood true essence spiritual solution was stored under the banyan tree immortal's cave. It was full of the pure and extreme seventh metal aura. In just a moment, there were countless auras that penetrated into the golden bell, and at the same time, it rushed into the bodies of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling. Yang Chen did not dare to neglect, and immediately urged the golden bell and began to resist this crazy seventh metal chi. At the same time, he did not forget to warn Gong Sunling Ling, once you feel that the aura is not right, go into the medicine garden immediately. Gong Sunling certainly felt this crazy aura, and naturally knew what was good and bad. Fortunately, there was Yang Chen by her side. She did not panic because of fear, but even so, her little face was pale for a while. Anyone who watched dozens of Yuanying stage masters whose cultivation base was a whole realm higher than themselves turned into powder in front of them would inevitably be frightened. Until now, Yang Chen has not explored the edge of this space. It was really that the spiritual awareness could not extend too far in this viscous seventh metal true essence spiritual solution. It was said to be the seventh metal true essence spiritual solution, but it was not like a flowing liquid like the first wood true essence spiritual solution, but it was viscous like a solid. Only occasionally under the action of external force, there would be a little deformation, and then it would immediately return to its original state. This kind of seventh metal true essence spiritual solution was even thicker than the first wood true essence spiritual solution that Yang Chen collected in the banyan tree immortal's cave. The seventh metal true essence contained in it was even more pure and condensed to the extreme. With only a little effort, it was estimated that these seventh metal true essence spiritual solutions would almost be condensed into seventh metal crystal stones. Fortunately, it was still in a liquid state. Yang Chen was not sure whether the gourd could be collected smoothly in this state. Now he could only try it by luck. Before collecting it, Yang Chen first took a look at the state of Gong Sunling. What surprised Yang Chen was that Gong Sunling was not embarrassed at all, but very relaxed. The mountain river geographical map is automatically absorbing these auras. Seeing Yang Chen looking over, Gong Sunling immediately noticed it and said quickly. This discovery made Yang Chen a little surprised. Gong Suanling's Mountain River geographical map, even during the tempering of her life source magic weapon, could still play some basic roles. For example, depicting the geography of the mountains and rivers passed by. Chapter 731. Not long ago, the Mountain River geographical map also absorbed the seventh metal chi in those mines. Now here, it could still absorb the seventh metal true essence. It really was the treasure of the Dragon Clan, it was powerful enough. With the Mountain River geographical map as a guarantee, at least the lives of Yang Chen and Gong Sunling were no longer a problem. Originally, Yang Chen also planned to use some troublesome ways to hold Gong Sunling, but now it seemed completely unnecessary. Next, Yang Chen naturally took out the gourd and began to try to absorb the seventh metal true essence liquid. After all, it was an extremely viscous liquid. Even if it still had some liquid characteristics, the gourd was not so smooth to collect. Fortunately, it was just that the collection speed was much slower, and it was not completely impossible to collect. After discovering this, Yang Chen was also completely relieved, everything was under control. The strong protection of the golden bell was enough, but the seventh metal true essence that entered Yang Chen's body through the golden bell was still a little strong. At least with Yang Chen's current cultivation base, he could not control it. After all, this seventh metal true essence liquid was thicker than the first wood true essence spiritual solution by many times, and it contained a lot more spiritual power. With a brainwave, Yang Chen also released the dome hall. The golden bell was set outside, and the hall was inside, acting as a buffer for the second layer. The dome hall was also a magic weapon of the seventh metal type, and it could also be tempered with this seventh metal true essence. After the second filtration of the dome hall, the seventh metal true essence that entered Yang Chen's body began to become controllable. Yang Chen simply let Gong Sunling cultivate freely, and he himself began the process of rushing into the seventh metal true essence Jedan. The seventh metal spirit power Jedan was the ultimate purpose of Yang Chen to find the seventh metal true essence. Gong Sunling also knew Yang Chen's plan on the way. She did not disturb Yang Chen, and stayed obediently on the edge of the dome hall. With the spiritual power provided by the medicine garden, she also cultivated by herself. The dome hall and the medicine garden were originally two in one. No matter which one absorbed the spiritual power, it would correspondingly supplement the spiritual power lost by all the medicine gardens. The medicine garden's bottle would naturally transform all kinds of spiritual power into the spiritual power needed by various creatures in the medicine garden. Although Gong Sunling had the spiritual power of the earth attribute, it was not a mistake. The seventh metal true secret art was running quickly, absorbing the huge seventh metal true essence. The seventh metal true essence in Yang Chen's body also began to grow rapidly. Originally, the remaining spiritual power of Yang Chen had reached the peak of the foundation stage, and it was only the last step to Jedan. In this situation where the seventh metal true essence was extremely abundant, it only took less than 4 months to begin the process of condensing the Dan. Boom, Yang Chen's body seemed to have exploded a thunder pomegranate, countless spiritual power spewed out along the meridians, and then it was immediately strongly attracted to the position of the dantian. Boom, Yang Chen's body seemed to explode a thunder pomegranate. Countless spiritual power spewed out along the meridians, and then it was immediately strongly attracted to the position of dantian. It was a golden core the size of a grain of rice. Then, with the crazy influx of spiritual energy, the golden core began to expand, slowly becoming the size of a peanut, an almond, and finally a golden core the size of a longan. It was round and shiny, shining with golden light. With the seventh metal spirit power condensing into a Jedan, there were already 5 kinds of spiritual power condensing into a Jedan. Third fire, fourth fire, first wood, seventh metal, and 10th water. Before the seventh metal spirit power condensed into a Jedan, the other spiritual powers did not have the slightest movement, but the moment the seventh metal spirit power condensed into a Jedan, suddenly the 5 spiritual powers of the Yang 5 elements began to run rapidly. 5th earth and 9th water, 2 kinds of spiritual powers that have not yet condensed into Jedan, were running abnormally fast at this moment. In the dome hall, countless spiritual powers were absorbed into the body by Yang Chen at an extraordinary speed. Almost after the time of the 7th metal spirit power condensing into a Jedan, two small Jedan began to condense. Fifth earth and ninth water, at this moment, with the momentum of the three spiritual powers condensing into a Jedan, completed the entire process of condensing in one fell swoop. Gong Sunling has been shocked by the powerful spiritual power emanating from Yang Chen. She did not know what had happened. She simply thought that Yang Chen's seventh metal spirit power had condensed into a Jedan. But she couldn't understand how Yang Chen's seventh metal spirit power condensing into a complete pattern of 5 elements, and began to rotate wildly in Yang Chen's dantian. The 5 Jedan of the Yang 5 elements formed a complete pattern of the 5 elements, and began to rotate wildly in Yang Chen's dantian. After a while, the 5 rotating Jedan seemed to be unsatisfied with staying in the dantian. They maintained the rotation of the Yang 5 elements and began to rise slowly along the Ren meridian until it stopped at the chest. No longer rotating fast, but changed to a slow rotation in the direction of the 5 elements. In the sea of consciousness, another earth-shaking change began to take place. In the rumbling sound in Yang Chen's mind, the sea of consciousness, which had reached 240 acres, expanded wildly to a radius of 300 acres, and the height directly doubled. The 7th metal layer became thicker and thicker. Even if it was hidden under the 5th earth layer, it still faintly exuded a golden light. The 5th earth layer had also undergone earth-shaking changes. It was no longer a plain, but a variety of shapes: mountains, hills, valleys, plains, deserts, pirates, everything. Not only that, with the 9th water spirit power condensation dan, there were 2 more rivers across the 5th earth layer in the sea of consciousness, originating from the highest mountaintop, divided into 2 directions, each flowing to the surrounding ocean. His spiritual awareness had skyrocketed. It had already reached the middle darching stage, and now it was climbing all the way from the high middle darching stage to the peak of the middle darching stage before stopping. Although it was impossible to break through again in this realm, there was still a lot of residual power, and it began to condense madly in this realm until it could no longer condense. Until this moment, Yang Chen returned to normal from the state of cultivation. Immediately, he noticed the surprise and worry of his senior sister Gong Sunling next to him, and quickly explained, "Senior sister, I'm fine, just the 7th metal spirit power has already condensed." Gong Sunling was overjoyed. Yang Chen had 10 kinds of spirit power foundation stage. Gaou and Gong Sunling both knew that Yang Chen had several kinds of spirit power condensation dan. Similarly, Yang Chen seemed to intend to condense all the spirit power into condensation dan. They also guessed it. Given to anyone, Yang Chen's idea was whimsical. How could there be a guy in this world with all the attributes of spirit power condensation dan? The foundation stage was the foundation stage, and the condensation dan was the condensation dan. They were 2 completely different things. But Gaou and Gong Sunling would never doubt Yang Chen. Hearing Yang Chen personally tell her that condensation dan, Gong Sunling still showed a happy smile.